why has this particular issue come into focus? I think for one reason, for nearly 100 years, science has been the white hope of the world. We have assumed that science was going to lead us into the golden age, that science was going to bring about world peace, world security, world wealth, that everything was going to go very well, and that there was no need for us to contemplate any spiritual mystery in the background of life. This attitude has changed markedly since the development of nuclear armament. We suddenly begin to question the moral integrities of the scientific hypotheses. We begin to question whether the advancements of science are going to produce the improvements in humanity itself that have been taken for granted down through the years. We are also more or less frustrated in the development of scientific instruments and methodology. We are now highly involved in the computer and the development of various electronic circuits, etc. All these processes are fascinating to the young, but they do not solve most of the essential problems of humanity. In fact, they ignore them. The computer, instead of contributing perhaps to the solution of human employment, is going to create more unemployment. Progress is a way of substituting machines for people, and these machines will ultimately result in a very tragic lack of employment for the human race itself. Also, scientific development of armaments has become a fear factor in human nature. We are more or less convinced that as the result of scientific progress, we are now in a condition and a position in which we could completely obliterate humanity.
Damn.
Now, this does not sound like progress. It sounds more like annihilation. And we begin to wonder why a highly intelligent strata of humanity is willing to go on like this. Why there seems to be no reason in their thinking to slow down destruction or the causes of it. The entire problem is one in which the mind must do what it pleases, whether it results in confusion, chaos, or destruction. Now, a great many millions of human beings who were very much enamored of science have suddenly questioned it. And unfortunately, the scientific community is not rising in a proper manner to defend its own position. Rather, it has a tendency to ignore the wishes, the will, and the fears of the great majority of human beings. They are not responsive to the cries of millions of frightened neighbors and associates. They go serenely on their way on the grounds that that type of progress is inevitable, that it must come, and that any human being who slows it down is a traitor to progress. Now, on the other side of the coin, we have had a little difficulty also with the religious situation. Religion has gradually tried to creep into science. The religious point of view has finally come head-on into conflict with this scientific materialism. Now, there is a good reason, perhaps, for this. But unfortunately, we are also having a little trouble religiously, and the religious difficulties are giving strength and a measure of sufficiency to the scientific difficulties. In other words, if we pick trouble with science, science is in a position to return the compliment. and this is not the way it should be in life. What no one seems to be willing to face at the present time is the simple fact that both the materialistic and the religious attitude towards humanity, both of these attitudes are hypotheses. Science cannot prove its theory any more adequately than religion is able to support the concept of the origin of life. Actually, religion has a little the better of it.
Right.
But this is not generally recognized. One of the reasons it has the better of it is that the religious point of view is very much older than the scientific.
Right. Definitely.
And as we study antiquity and the various systems of knowledge that arose in ancient times and have descended to us today, we find that there has been no major school in the past that has taken the Darwinian attitude. There has been no time in the development of the human ideologies that the concept of man arising from the animal kingdom has received any popular or thoughtful support. It was never part of our great philosophical heritage from the past. Yet we are not in a position to prove that the ancients were unable to arrive at this conclusion if they had wished to do so. The very antiquity that gave us mathematics, astronomy, music, physics, medicine, was certainly in a condition to study the nature of man, and it did. But
right.
It never took the turn toward the Darwinian concept.
Out the way, bro.
It was never assumed in antiquity that the human being either ascended from or descended from the animal kingdom.
Right.
Yet the ancient was well aware of animals. He was well aware of the environments in which they existed. He used domesticated animals. He hunted wild animals. And in Alexandria, in Egypt particularly, zoological gardens made available a very careful study of animal habits and peculiarities. Yet never once among the greater minds of the past has the theory of evolution, as represented by Darwin, taken hold. It was never a method of answering the situation. Antiquity approached the matter in an entirely different way, but it was more or less honest also. Most of the ancients were willing to accept without question that first cause is beyond human comprehension. Now we may say that this is not true. We may be able to intellectualize a concept of first cause.
Right.
Antiquity did this. But no matter how it was developed, or how it was supported, or how it was interpreted, it remained an hypothesis. It was an approach to something, the substance and essence of which was beyond human comprehension. Science and philosophy and religion all rose together in antiquity, and were only separated in a comparatively recent period of time. It is also obvious that the scientific position is also hypothetical. And both conditions are theories. They are postulates and postulations. Until we are able to answer the questions relating to first cause and answer them successfully.
First cause is like God or the Big Bang.
Before we can tell how life operates, we must answer the question, what is life? What is this energy? What is spirit? What is mind? What is consciousness? What is energy?
What it is, man.
Force? We all realize that these processes, these aspects of existence exist. But we are not yet in a position to find a dogmatic definition for any of them. The only way we can define them even now is by defining in terms of the consequences of their activities. We do not know what they are, but we are trying to find out, and in some degrees have been successful, in finding out what they do. But their essence is beyond calculation. We are unable, definitely,
Holy shit,
to
I didn't know they were in
discover
there.
the essential principles behind existence. We'd like to overlook this and simply deny it. One of the most common scientific attitudes is that when we ask the question why, we should
Why?
assume that it is the question how.
Right.
We know how things operate, but we do not know why.
I hate the word why or the question why. It's so lazy. You know, it just like you're outsourcing your intelligence. Try to figure out how instead of just asking why. It's very lazy. It's definitely a lazy approach to learning. Because asking how is like I said, very lazy. You can figure out how too by just asking the right questions. We literally have an oracle, a genie of sorts called the computer that'll answer any question you have. Fuck, I'm not gonna make it. Got two of them hoes. Dead his ass real quick. Hold on, man. Let me get right. But yeah, stop asking the question why. It's so weak.
We'd like to overlook this and simply deny it. One of the most common scientific attitudes is that when we ask the question why, we should assume that it is the question how. We know how things operate, but we do not know why. We do not know what they are, but we believe we can classify some of the things that they do. As far as the final answer to the mystery of life is concerned, it has eluded us from the beginning. The ancients accepted this truth, namely that the true and final definition is not available.
Unknowable.
The complete fact of any of the important questions that we ask, this fact is not available. If we do not know why life exists, what it is, where it came from, why it produces this vast concatenation of forms and creatures, until we get some of these answers, all dogmatism is unreasonable. And yet dogmatism is nearly always based upon ignorance. It is not based upon what we know. It is an effort to defend ourselves against what we do not know. Therefore, today, we have a problem. How did man come into existence? What is the story of life? What is the story of existence? And I think we all acknowledge, definitely, that the development of the concept of evolution has been useful.
Right.
Evolution was a more or less obvious answer to a problem that is not obvious.
Right.
Evolution was a neat way of assuming a sequential progress of life through the various forms of nature in an ascending order from the molecular through the mineral, the plant, the animal, and into the human kingdom. Now this seemed to be such a neat and trite statement that it was accepted instantly and presented us with the solution to certain secondary procedures in nature. but nothing to do with primary. Even if we prove conclusively that life moves through these kingdoms in an ascending order, we still do not know what that light is,
these people.
nor do we know why it ascends through these various levels of expression.
Or ascension.
Some years ago, a discussion was held concerning the possibility of man being a product of the animal kingdom. That somewhere in the remote past, what was been called the missing link, pictured by a very interesting composition by the artist Gabriel Max, that there was a missing link between man and the animal, and that this link was a bridge, and that across this bridge animals moved to become human, and humanity is more or less an advanced animal creation, and that it has therefore the visible components of an animal existence. But something is different. It has been impossible to prove conclusively to anybody's satisfaction that the inner life of the human being is identical with that of the animal. If we wish to assume another hypothesis is true, the unfoldment of form in nature through the various kingdoms as we recognize them. Apparently the final purpose of this unfoldment is the creation of bodies, and that these bodies become the vehicles of energies and forces superior to themselves.
Damn, fucking snipers.
It is becoming practically untenable in the knowledge that we possess today to assume that the body and the person in the body, that these two constitute one identical being. The body and the person are separate.
The body and the person are separate. So you gotta get the head, you gotta get their mind so you can get their body. Give me a second. All right, my bad. It's you get the mind and the body will follow. My bad, I had to hook up some shit. Yeah, you get the mind and the body will follow, man. You know what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying?
The person may function through the body and may gradually mold the body into the likeness of its own purposes. But the person and the body are separate beings. Science is reluctant to accept this because to do so would permit the mind to conjure with the thought that if the person is separate from the body, that person can have existence apart from the body. And this is a more or less heretical position in terms of science. It is the opinion of science that the rise and fall of the human being is a complete pattern in itself, that the individual had no existence before his birth and will have none after death. This, however, again, is a hypothetical approach to a problem. No one has yet been able to actually prove that the human being had no existence before birth, and is unable to prove with any conclusiveness that it is any existence after death.
And that's it. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. I got a lot of shit going on over here. Alright, my bad.
Scientifically speaking, however, psychology is producing a wedge, by means of which it is making it obvious that it is conceivable that the person and the body have separate existences, and that what we would call embodiment is the entry of a pre-existing pattern into a material existence. If this is the case, and there seems to be increasing support of this belief, then it would follow that various levels of life would be embodied in various levels of bodies. This again presents the scientist with a problem because he would then have to concatenate life itself. He would have to assume that bodies are symbols of the degree of life that is within them. This would mean that the life in the mineral would be less evolved than the life in a plant, and that the life of an animal would be less evolved than the life of a human being.
That don't make
Thus,
sense.
we would have an evolution of a life through a series of forms or bodies suitable to the expression of that form of life. This constitutes a more or less philosophical approach, and more or less agrees with the opinions of antiquity. Transmigration, or the entry of human souls into animal bodies, was never generally recognized, and where it was postulated, it was nearly always in the form of punishment. That to be involved in a less than human body would be a punishment for the human being. The Pythagoreans, however, and most of the Orientals accepted the symbolical meaning, namely, that the individual who lived below the level of his own humanity would return not in an animal body physically, but on an animal level of human existence, as an untutored, undisciplined, unmoralized creature.
Right.
The next point that would come into focus then would have to be what the theologian is concerned about, namely, what is it that moves through these bodies? Is there a life that moves through races, nations, creatures, orders of existence, like a thread moving through a string of beads? Is there one life behind all apparent diversities of life? Some theologians, including Aquinas, have been of the opinion that there is only one life, and that finally and ultimately that life is the life of deity. That there is only one source of life and one source of universal energy, and that is this intangible, mysterious being or power or principle which we call God. Now, science has no substitute for this concept. Some scientists have attempted to explain the matter by assuming that life in its own nature is eternal, has no beginning and no end.
Okay.
That there never was a creation of the divine principle of things.
Say it ain't so.
Which was a kind of great sea of eternal energy in which everything exists, has existed, and will exist throughout
eternity. Nothing new under the sun, you know what I'm saying?
This, however, does not satisfy a number of human concerns, because this one energy has to in some way be conditioned, or various types of living things could not emerge from it. So it has been generally assumed by the more thoughtful of the philosophically minded people that in truth and substance a divine being consisting of complete, unconditioned consciousness, intelligence, and energy has been at the source of existence. What this is in absolute definition, we do not know. But we find it possible, convenient, and almost inevitable to regard it as deity, the one final, ultimate fact of existence. Now, in order to determine the nature of deity, we would have to, in one way or another, become aware of its own existence and the purposes and motions which are innate in it. This brings us into philosophical speculations, which also are a little difficult for modern science to accept. The problem is that to science, the ultimate is a completely impersonal energy. To the theologian, the ultimate is a purposed conscious energy. It is something that is alive and meaningful and purposeful. It is not like the gasoline in a fuel tank, something simply to be used to move a machine. This life is the sovereignty of all things, and we can go back to Pythagoras to try and find out something about ancient knowledge on this subject. To the Pythagoreans, and in their school of thinking, there is, and always has been, only one life in space. This one life in space manifests through an infinity of differentiations, with everything that is conceivable or unconceivable to man is part of the potential of this one life. This one life is all and one. All as a total of everything that exists. In one life, all things live and move and have their being. This one life cannot be analyzed by any of the fragments of itself, but it is the source of all fragmentation. This one life is not only the source of all bodies, but of minds, of souls, of spirits, and of every type of differentiation that exists in space. This one life, then, is the totality of all of the manifestations of itself, plus the nature of its own identity, which is known only to itself. Now, if we would approach this on this type of level of thought, we probably would not require any kind of a major conflict between religion and science, because it would begin with the simple realization that neither has the full knowledge. That neither science nor religion actually has the full understanding of the mystery of existence. There are two polarities involved here. Science searching for reality from the outside, religion searching for reality from the inside. To the religious person, the experience of faith is all important. To the scientist, the experience of fact is all important.
Exactly.
But faith, in a strange way, is more available on the universal level than fact.
Definitely.
The moment we go into the study of fact, we go against the great wall of matter. We can explore the universe scientifically only on the plane of physical existence. We can send probes further and further into space, but no matter how far we go, there will still be space, and we will not know why it is there or what its purpose is. On the other hand, if we use faith and search more and more deeply into ourselves for the answer, we discover by a mystical experience or an apperception from within our own natures. We discover certain convictions, certain feelings, certain sensory reactions.
Something told me
which
that.
all add up to a sense of great believing, of faith, and also the realization that this mysterious thing called ultimate knowledge is not actually necessary to us. Being imperfect creatures in our own ways, being incomplete, the full knowledge of completeness would not be suitable to our needs. What we need always is to search inside in quest of the knowledge of that which we are now.
Try to run me over.
And what we must do about it in order to fulfill the destiny that we understand within the span of our own existence.
I'm out.
Science is not so emotionally involved in this matter, except on a level of debate. But the scientific point of view is that when we conquer the physical universe, we can achieve our final liberation from ignorance. The difficulty in this point of view is that there seems to be no probability that we are going to conquer the universe. What we call conquering is merely exploring and creating of hypotheses.
That is a boy.
Whatever we discover leads to another discovery, but the reality eludes us all. So science is content to go on exploring the physical dimensions of the universe, and would like this to be passed on as the proper purpose for education in our public school systems. Namely, that we are to respect facts above all other considerations.
Right.
The religionist rather takes the attitude we should respect values above all other considerations. Now, the scientific point of view has greater strength or validity if we wish to take the scientific position that the survival of life after death is an illusion.
Got your ass though.
If the individual at the end of his present life ceases forever, and there is nothing to be gained by any idealism or any effort to release values within himself which do not have any existence except in his own mind. If this is true, then the conquest of the material becomes the sole objective of humanity. It can do no more than try to write a full description of the physical existence in which it exists. The scientific point of view, then, would impel us to advance various forms of sciences, some of which are very useful, some of which are not very useful. But the final answer is not just the scientific fact, it is utility. It is the value of it in use. If you remove from scientific progress moral integrities, you get into a very serious condition. Knowledge without integrity is deadly. No matter what skills we possess or develop, if we are not motivated to the proper use of them, and not impelled by some power within ourselves to avoid the misuse or abuse of these discoveries, we will gradually undermine existence and destroy the forms of life which we have inherited from the past. So there is something necessary, and this necessary element is a communion between science and idealism. Idealism's principal exponent at the present time is religion. Religion is that factor in our behavior pattern by which we are motivated to the proper use of that which we know. As materialistic education lowers morality, we perceive in daily living the consequences. We are moving into an era of crime and corruption practically unknown in history. We have taken away from the individual the censorship of integrities. We have taken for granted that it is not whether we are good or bad that is important. It is which side has the heaviest artillery. And physical strength and the cunning to create it are the all-important elements of survival. This is simply untrue.
Damn!
These are the dangers which hazard survival. Now, if we could come to a mutual understanding with religion and science, in which the two decide to work together, science probing and bestowing upon religion the dignified right of interpreting all discoveries in terms of human good. If, however, science continues to ridicule religious conviction, or downgrade it, or consider it an interference with progress, then we are going to be in the position in which one day we're going to have a head-on collision between science and religion. And in this headlong collision, I think science will lose. It will lose because the collision will not occur until science itself has abused its privileges and made life practically unendurable for the human being. Also, progress exploited for profit. A partnership between knowledge and wealth.
That's fucking planned obsolescence.
Disconcerting and discouraging to the average individual.
It's going down, bro.
So there is very much to believe that the rapid increase of interest in religious thinking is largely motivated by the fact that science is inventing a kind of progress with which the human being cannot cope and which will ultimately result in a general destruction. Science has to become moralistic. It has to place censorship upon itself. It has to apply to its own achievements a golden rule of integrities. And in order to answer the question, why integrities? The scientific, industrialized, economic community has another problem on its hands.
Scientific, industrialized community.
For the scientist to accept theology in order to correct the processes now in action? Technically, no. It is not necessary for the scientist to become a theologian in order to recognize moral responsibility. All the scientist has to do is give a long, careful look at the consequence of what he's doing. If he can stop for a moment in his progress and realize what he is doing to humanity and not what he is doing for humanity, a great change could result.
Almost.
It is obvious that the present course is a headlong course towards the deification of a planet that is nothing more than a battlefield.
The battlefield.
So we have this problem constantly, that that a scientist can be a person of integrity. He is very likely already a person of integrity in his personal life. He may be a good family man, a good parent, a sincere son. These things are quite probable. But it is necessary for him to realize that the mind within him must be subject to something stronger than itself.
Right.
And science is not sure that it believes that there is anything stronger.
Right, exactly.
And is inclined to assume that the moral equation in his own nature is simply an emotional reaction to personal feelings. Actually, now, we are going to have some further delineations of these matters in the public school system.
Ah, what the fuck hit me?
Those who are religiously minded want the theory of creation to be taught to students. The scientific community wants the theory of evolution, particularly the Darwinian form, to be the basis of human instruction. For a large measure, this entire thing is a tempest in a teapot, for the reason that neither side is in a position to scientifically prove its point, and all decision must be in terms of the greater good to the greater number. That which accomplishes the most to advance the ideals, purposes, and constructive concerns of humanity should have precedence. What does the Darwinian theory give us, or give young children who must face a life of international conflict, political corruption, economic uncertainty, and social decline? What does the Darwinian theory do to help those going to school to build lives that are purposeful? The purpose of education is to teach the human being to use the knowledge of his race. If he does not use it, is not impelled to use it, is not inspired to use it, then education fails. And if by a mistaken attitude He accepts, learns, and uses that which is destructive to the common good. He becomes a menace rather than a benefit to the world. Therefore, what has the scientific theory of evolution going to do to the person who is going out to make a living? What is it going to do to him to be a materialist?
Right.
To decline to accept as superstition anything that is not obvious to his five senses and the scientific community? The answer is it's going to do him very little good.
Exactly.
He will never find security in any of the advancements of science. One thing it can do for him, and that is it can help him to protect, preserve, and use the body that he has.
Okay.
But even this is hazarded by many kinds of selfishness on the part of the intellectual group. Theoretically, science can help us, but it can help us principally on the level of body.
Right.
It can help us to use the structure that we have and to repair it if it is in danger of sickness or dissolution. It can help.
Disillusion, yeah, there you
But
go.
as far as the scientific point of view, giving us personal integrity, giving us happiness in our homes, giving us better-oriented children, and a willingness to cooperate for a common good, it does not help us to solve international conflicts. It does not help us to improve political relationships. It does not make our statesmen more honest. It does not make our citizens more frugal or cooperative. All of these things are outside of the scientific domain. They are assumed, as one biologist told me, that the scientist is a teacher of the public and private morals depend upon individuals themselves. This is a very poor answer to a very immediate question. As the depression increases, as unemployment rises, as human securities are threatened, what is science doing to meet the emergency? It is going to continue what it has always done,
Nothing.
to advance scientific skills and try to convince us that if it can put a man on Pluto, that all is well in the world. This is very attractive to juveniles who have a great respect for Superman and all of these scientific robots that are being fashioned in the entertainment world. But down to the solid facts of
real
life,
life shit, though.
no science is important or valuable until it is ensouled. Ensouling the science means its dedication to the service of human need. Science does not exist to glorify itself. It does not exist to create profit for corporations. Science exists primarily to improve humanity's relationship with itself on the levels of family, home, health, and other problems. Science must be ensouled, or soullessly it will destroy itself. Now, on the other side of the coin, what are we going to do about the religious group?
Religion.
It is interesting to realize that we often say that the scientists, particularly the scientific community, is the only international, interracial body that we have. It does not make much difference whether you live in a kingdom, a democracy, or a communist state. Biologists get together from all these different points of view and do their research programs. They share knowledge, they research projects, and they pay practically no attention to the political and social relationships of the communities in which they live. They are therefore regarded as a super group, a group welcome in China or Russia or France or Italy, wherever they may be. Now, religion has one difficulty in this particular point. religion has not yet been able to consolidate its own strength. Religion has not yet come to the realization of the unity of the concept of God. Religions still have interpretations that are in conflict.
With each
Now,
other.
conflict in interpretation is due largely to the absence of basic fact, or it can arise from language differences, or from social and climatic differences. But regardless of the origin, the various parts of the religious community cannot cooperate effectively. At least they do not cooperate at the
At
present
least they
time.
do not.
Therefore, we have several major world religions, all dedicated to the same moral and social ends, all very largely worshiping the same concept
Gotcha.
of divinity and its operations in creation, yet unable to meet upon any common ground. And why this inability to meet? It is the result of a long traditional theological structure in
Right.
which each faith firmly believes that it was
They're-
predestined and
they're both
foreordained to rule the world. Now, this type of situation is the great weakness of religion. Religion has not yet been able to break through a peculiar physical belief that really should have long ago passed into the keeping of science. Namely, that it is perfectly possible to consider
crazy.
deity simply to be an expanded, unfolded, dramatized form of human being. The deities of the past were deified mortals, or at least had this general appearance. We have not yet come to the realization of the
Sheesh.
nature of the ultimate cause of things. Science doesn't know what it is, and theology doesn't know what it is. Theology has been locked in theological structures which have differed as to the nature of God sufficiently to create creeds, sects,
Damn.
and religious divisions. Science has not been
strayed
any
away.
more successful. And here are the two groups. Science trying to get out of the dilemma by denying the existence of conflict, and religion
Right.
trying to get out of the dilemma by continually warring in order that one can control the others. So we have a little problem here that comes down to our personal living in a great many cases. Here we are as individuals in a world of which our bodies are largely dominated by science, and our hearts and minds largely inclined toward religion. And in the midst of this
Dang.
situation is this grave question at the moment, a question that has really very little significance, as to the nature of our own essential beings. What is man, says the scripture, that thou shalt be mindful of him?
Right?
Well, what is man? What
Well-
is humanity? Scientifically, he is merely a precocious biped without feathers. According to theology, he is the noblest production of deity. Actually, what is the human being and how should he view himself? If he doesn't respect his own nature, if he doesn't have any convictions that are worthwhile, how can he regulate and control and direct his own life? In looking around into the animal kingdom which surrounds us, we observe that between the human being and the animal, there is an incredible,
damn.
insurmountable obstacle. There is no
Motherfucker
way
snipe.
of assuming that the human being is simply a highly sophisticated animal.
Right?
When we study the animal kingdom, we come into a realization that if the animal had the same potential faculties and powers that we have, he would have run humanity off the planet long ago.
Exactly.
We are outnumbered by everything from bees to ants and major quadrupeds. We are a minority group in a vast system of life. We are yet in a unique position. One of the reasons for our misunderstandings, I think, has been our tendency to humanize the animal.
Yeah.
In other words, we talk to cats and dogs.
Like
Probably
crazy
they may
motherfuckers,
understand
right?
some of it.
That's funny.
Perhaps, however, it isn't the talk they understand. Perhaps they have a psychic integration that gets...
On that note, I'll be right back. Give me like a couple minutes.
Enemy forces have set explosive charges. Enemy charges have been defused. The enemy has armed their explosives. Bravo objective has been destroyed by the enemy.
Hey, alright, hold up. Alright, we're gonna start with this real quick though. Give me a second.
They've planted explosives. Hostile charges disabled.
Let's see what
Good
this
work.
shit is about.
Whether you believe the Earth to be flat, globular, hollow, concave, or otherwise, the freedom to independently travel and explore the Earth, from the North Pole to whatever exists south of the South Pole, to any and everywhere else, should be a fundamental and unalienable right. Military vessels near the North Pole and Antarctica have repeatedly barred independent teams of explorers from traveling into these heavily patrolled and restricted waters. The Antarctic Treaty prevents all independent travel south of the 60th degree south latitude, where rebels like Jarl Andahoy and his team have been repeatedly turned around at gunpoint, jailed, and fined for daring to attempt. What is so important in Antarctica that 53 of the most powerful countries in the world have agreed to patrol and enforce harsh restrictions and penalties on anyone who attempts to independently explore it? Why has the entire continent of Antarctica and everywhere else on Earth below the 60th south parallel been caged off from us? The only way we can experience Antarctica is by being a government employee and working at one of their bases, or doing one of their overpriced penguin tours along the Antarctic coast.
Penguin tours.
No one, even these very few humans, is granted the freedom to explore the continent. So even they are clueless as to what may exist at the furthest southern extents of the Earth. The world's governments, militaries, media, schools, and literally everyone else except flat earthers claim with conviction and wholeheartedly believe that the South Pole is the southernmost extent of their globe.
What?
And by definition, this must be the case, because to continue traveling southwards beyond this southernmost point is tantamount to traveling northwards. If the Earth is not a globe, however, and is actually an extended level plane, as claimed by flat earthers, continuing to travel south of the South Pole would not and could not bring the traveler back north. On a flat Earth, the traveler would instead continue southwards into unknown southern territories that don't exist on a globe. If NASA, the world's governments, militaries, media, academia, and/or anyone else involved in maintaining the legitimacy of the globe concept truly wanted to shut up flat earthers once and for all, this is how easy it would be. Allow for independent travel south of the South Pole, or live stream a full south to north circumnavigation of the supposed globe, starting in Antarctica and traveling south. Show the world's flat earthers that traveling south of the South Pole will somehow bring you north. At the very least, show us what happens when a plane travels perfectly straight in any direction, starting from anywhere on Earth for 48 hours.
Dang.
If Earth is truly a ball 24,900 miles in circumference, as we are taught, traveling perfectly straight in any direction, starting from anywhere on Earth, at an average flight speed of 550 miles per hour, the globe model claims the plane will circumnavigate the entire circumference and return to its original starting point. On a flat Earth, however, a plane traveling in a perfectly straight line, never deviating left or right, regardless of where it starts or which direction it travels, will eventually reach the Antarctic. Why has such a simple experiment never been performed in aviation history? Are we globe earthers and flat earthers alike content and complacent enough with what we are told to simply trust it as truth? Children are taught in school that explorers like Magellan and others have traveled in perfectly straight lines eastwards or westwards and eventually arrived back at their starting point. It's universally heralded as proof of the globe, and most adults today still believe such circumnavigations have actually occurred. The truth of the matter is, however, that all successful circumnavigations in history, whether by sea or air, have followed the same pattern, which is sailing or flying the most convenient route from port to port, stopping for supplies and refueling until a complete circle has been made. Not a single sailor or aviator in history has or could travel only in the same one perfectly straight direction and magically arrive back where they began. This ridiculous lie becomes obvious when critically examined, but when taught to young children, successfully bends and warps their minds into accepting globe indoctrination. Unlike the cardinal directions on a compass rose, north, south, east, and west on Earth are not simply straight lines separated by 90 degrees. North, rather than being an upward shooting arrow, is actually a point, a center point, the center point of the entire Earth, known as the geographic North Pole, situated directly below Polaris, the North Pole star, the only motionless star in the heavens, which marks the exact center point of the sky. South, rather than being a downward shooting arrow, is actually every line tangent to the northern center point, or in other words, every straight line extending outwards from the North Pole heads due south. East and west, rather than being right and left facing arrows, are actually clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the pole. The sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, making perfect circles over and around us every day. As you can observe, they travel in a circular westward path over and around the Earth, and do not all travel in a straight leftward direction, as suggested by a compass rose. Likewise, navigators since ancient times have used Polaris to guide their ships, knowing that Polaris was the heavenly North Pole. South was traveling keeping your back to Polaris. East meant traveling always keeping your left shoulder 90 degrees to Polaris, and west meant traveling always keeping your right shoulder 90 degrees to Polaris. So, put up, or shut up, globe apologists. If we are truly free, show us what happens when you go straight in a plane for 24 or 48 hours.
They got fucked up.
If Earth is truly a globe, show us what happens when you travel south of the South Pole. We have never been shown or allowed to perform such a simple experiment. If NASA, the world's governments, militaries, media, academia, and/or anyone else involved in upholding the globe truly wanted to prove their model and shut up every single flat earther once and for all, this is how easy it would be.
Well, there you have it. That's how easy it would be, apparently, to get everybody to be quiet. I doubt it, though. People, even if they did that, they wouldn't be quiet. Because it's better if you don't. Oh, shit. Fucking almost died. I'm over here trying to get over here and shit. Fucking dude wants to try to kill me. Hold on, give me a second. Bitch. Motherfucker. They all gone now over here. Oh, they came out the fucking trees right when I was looking to the left. Alright, hold on. Anyway, let me find this video real quick. Ooh, I forgot about that one. Oh, shit. Fucking save me, bro. Oh, blow that thing up. Hold on. Find the video in a second. It's going down right here. Wow. Oh, jumped right into it. Shit. What? That motherfucker's sitting there waiting. Here we go. Let me see. Oh, this video.
Thing, and in this video we're going to look at this is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first walked.
Obviously y'all heard it already, but this is the Sea of Tranquility.
This is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first walked on the moon, and this is Arizona. If these pictures weren't labeled, there would be almost no way of telling them apart. Each crater is exactly the same, down to the size and location. This isn't some weird hoax, nor is it a physical phenomenon. This place...
Wait a minute. My bad.
This is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first walked on the moon, and this is Arizona. If these pictures weren't labeled, there would be almost no way of telling them apart. Each crater is exactly the same, down to the size and location. This isn't some weird hoax, nor is it a physical phenomenon. This place was meticulously created by NASA to look just like the moon. With the help of explosives, this random field in Arizona was instantly transformed into the most moon-like place on Earth. Nowadays, the craters have been mostly reclaimed by nature. But why did NASA create this place, and what did they do here? We modeled the entire thing, and in this video we're going to look at the incredible lengths NASA went to in order to get humans on the moon. We'll also be giving away this Apollo framed print, so
that's their advertisement. We're gonna skip that a little bit to right here.
Before astronauts ever stepped foot on the moon,
I think it's right here.
Before astronauts ever stepped foot on the moon, they had to become experts in geology. They had to be able to just look at a crater and determine how old it was. They had to be able to give detailed descriptions of rocks and materials as they were walking around the lunar surface.
Right.
And so NASA set out to create the moon's surface, and it all happened in this field near Flagstaff, Arizona. Located near a former volcano, this field was covered in volcanic gravel, which NASA thought would be similar to the material on the moon. But creating a 1-to-1 scale model of the Apollo landing site was far from easy. Unlike finding a therapist online, thanks to BetterHelp, here's a quick advert about them. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from reaching your goal? This is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first...
I will start again. Alright, this is the Sea of Tranquility. Sheesh, let me turn this down a little bit. They're trying to kill me and shit.
This is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first... This is the Sea of Tranquility, the area where humans first walked on the moon, and this is Arizona. If these pictures weren't labeled, there would be almost no way of telling them apart. each crater is exactly the same, down to the size and location. This isn't some weird hoax, nor is it a physical phenomena. This place was meticulously created by NASA to look just like the moon. With the help of explosives, this random field in Arizona was instantly transformed into the most moon-like place on Earth. Nowadays, the craters have been mostly reclaimed by nature. But why did NASA create this place, and what did they do here? We modeled the entire thing, and in this video we're going to look at the incredible lengths NASA went to in order to get humans on the moon. We'll also be giving away this Apollo framed print, so stick around to the end of the video to see how you could win. In the late 60s, NASA were closing in on their first trip to the moon, but the question was, what would they do when they got there? Back then, very little was known about how the moon formed and the materials that made up its surface.
Like today?
The most detailed images we had were from the Lunar Orbiter satellites, which only had a resolution of about 2 meters. With these images, only the largest craters could be seen, and the fine details on the surface were still unknown. And so with NASA about to put humans on the moon, they realized that studying the rocks, craters, and materials on the surface could teach us a lot about how the moon and Earth came into existence. The problem was, the astronauts' time on the moon was very limited, and so maximizing the amount of science learned from each trip was absolutely crucial. That's where Cinder Lake came in. Before astronauts ever stepped foot on the moon, they had to become experts in geology. They had to be able to just look at a crater and determine how old it was. They had to be able to give detailed descriptions of rocks and materials as they were walking around the lunar surface. And so, NASA set out to create the moon's surface, and it all happened in this field near Flagstaff, Arizona. Located near a former volcano, this field was covered in volcanic gravel, which NASA thought would be similar to the material on the moon. But creating a 1-to-1 scale model of the Apollo landing site was far from easy. Unlike finding a therapist online, thanks to BetterHelp, here's a quick advert about them. Is something interfering? In order to turn this field into the surface of the moon, the team in Arizona used... That's right, dynamite. Not only were they trying to match the exact size and location of each crater, but they also wanted to replicate the different ages of each crater. Based on the Lunar Orbiter photos, NASA could determine the relative ages using something called superposition. This is the simple principle that younger craters will lie on top of older craters. So, if a meteor hits an existing crater, it will destroy part of the rim and create a fresh circle on top. If we look at this set of craters, it's obvious that the larger crater was made first, and then the smaller ones came later. And so, in order to replicate the different ages, the team in Arizona marked out all 143 craters and split them up into 3 different categories: new, intermediate, and old. They placed precise amounts of dynamite under every crater mark to get the right sizes and blew them in sequence, starting with the oldest craters first and working their way through to the newest ones. The result was incredible. In an instant, this random field in Arizona was transformed into an extremely accurate depiction of the Apollo 11 landing site. But what did NASA do with this place? One of the first problems the astronauts would have to overcome when landing on the moon was figuring out where they actually were. Although NASA had a landing site in mind, the actual spot the astronauts touched down could be anywhere within 5 kilometers of this area. Without knowing exactly where the astronauts had landed, NASA wouldn't be able to guide them to the most interesting craters or track where they had gone. This made NASA ask the question, could astronauts accurately locate their location just by comparing their view from the lunar module to a map of the surface? This is where Cinder Lake came in very handy. A mock-up of the lunar module was placed at a random location in the crater field, and 28 test subjects were each given 30 minutes inside to try to find their location. A large portion of the test subjects were actually geologists. Some were mathematicians, some surveyors, and the rest had a wide range of backgrounds. Even with prior experience, this is a very difficult test. Looking from above, it's much easier to understand the geography of what's around us. But when you're on the surface, it becomes much harder to use the craters and rocks as reference points. On top of that, we don't have the same sense of depth on the moon. Without an atmosphere, distant objects don't have the same haziness as they do on Earth. and so a large rock placed
In the India
really far
pictures,
away
they
could
had
easily be
hazes.
mistaken for a smaller one that's much closer. Even NASA had no
So it's
idea
an
what to do,
optical illusion,
but they were
is what they're
hoping that
saying.
the test would reveal the quickest technique. Each person was given this real satellite image of the moon and 30 minutes to mark down where they thought they were. If they couldn't locate their exact position after 30 minutes, they would be given progressively smaller maps, shrinking the search zone all the way down to just 1/64th of a kilometer. If after 4 hours they still couldn't identify their location, they would fail the test. The results were pretty interesting. Out of the 28 people, only 6 were able to find their location using the 1-kilometer map. 12 people found it using the second map. 8 people found it with the third map. 1 person got it with the fourth map, and 1 person failed the test. But what was the best method? The test subjects started searching for various things: pairs of craters, larger groups of craters, and lines of
Get 'em,
craters.
dog.
You might think that a line of craters would be more noticeable and therefore lead to quicker success. But none of the 28 test subjects found their location using this method. Those that started off with
Nada,
this method
nada.
eventually switched to a different method. By far, the most successful method was searching for pairs of craters. But why? NASA figured that remembering the shape of 2 craters was much easier than visualizing a much more complex array of craters. The key breakthrough for most of the test subjects was locating this pair of craters here. Despite many failing the first attempt, NASA were confident that with much more training and knowledge of the area, astronauts would be able to locate themselves fairly easily. But when it came time to walk on the surface, they needed to know what to look for. After all, the moon was a place completely untouched by humans, and so astronauts were effectively the eyes and hands for scientists back on Earth. In Cinder Lake, geologists started to train the astronauts on how to identify specific rocks and collect samples. They went through field exercises where they would communicate what they were seeing by radio back to a group of scientists. This is when NASA realized something. It became clear that it was really difficult to know what the astronauts were doing and where they were just with radio. And so they started experimenting with transmitting live video from Cinder Lake.
Live
This made
video.
it so much easier for NASA and the astronauts
Let's
to work
do it
together,
live.
and thanks to this breakthrough, NASA decided
Shout
to
out
do a
Bill
live
O'Reilly.
broadcast for every moon mission. All in all, astronauts trained here until the Apollo program ended. Over the course of each mission, astronauts brought back more than 380 kilograms of samples from 6 different areas on the moon. Each sample was stored in a different container that preserved them, allowing scientists to study completely untouched moon samples to this day. All this was possible thanks to this small little field in Arizona. And now, time for the Primal Space giveaway.
That's crazy.
The winner of the
All in Arizona. What else did I have? Shoot.
Explosive charges.
Oh yeah, I want to see that, but I gotta watch it by myself first to see if it's even worth it.
That's all.
They knew. Let's see. I'm just checking it out, seeing what else we got going here. What time is it? Oh, it's only 11 o'clock. That's pretty cool. All right, let's check out this one.
Electronic.
Let's check out this one.
Dark spot on the picture.
And let's check out what else? What else? I don't know how this is gonna go, but we'll see. Oh, let's try this one. I don't know about that. That already sounds like... Alright, let's give this one a shot and see how it goes.
What? Always an Austin. All right. What's your address?
Hello, Mr. Smith. Did you release the second bond issue in December?
Yeah.
All right.
Your cat did what, Mrs. Harris? Not really. All right, okay.
Listen, Mark, some crazy stunt man is going to try taking off in an airplane from the top of an automobile this afternoon out in the valley. Sounds like a story.
Hold it, Jack. Take off from an automobile on a dirt road. Can he make it?
Well,
Be a good picture either way. I'll send Mac out with a snapper.
it's 40 miles out to the valley. We'll never make today's paper.
A wire photo'll make it if they pull it by 4 o'clock. Hello, Joe. I'm sending McIntyre and a photographer down. Get started for the valley right away. Yeah, some guy's gonna...
Speed, the life's blood of a newspaper. Speed, speed, speed. Train, telegraph, airplane, telephone, and radio. Get the story, get it to the paper, get the paper on the street.
Whoa, that's cool. Oh, FaceTime.
What time do you start, Marvin?
Right now. Better warm up the machine head.
Ready for a hookup.
Alright, this is the video instead. We'll watch this one instead. I'll watch that one on my own, but this one's good right here. This one has a lot of stuff that people don't know about, so we can watch this. People don't realize that cell phones were out a long time before most people knew about it. Damn. And this is 1940s Pacific Bell.
Here comes a trailer truck out on the open highway, miles from the nearest town. Let's say it's important for someone to get in touch with the drivers of this outfit. How can it be done? Watch.
CL4 3592. This is Joe.
Hello, Joe. This is Bill. Where are you boys now?
Yeah, where are you
About
boys
30,
at?
Headed for Centerville, about 25 miles out.
That's fine. We got a special. Can you pick up some stuff for the Ajax Company? It's at the Charleston Depot. Think you can handle it?
Sure can, Bill. We've got enough room for it.
Fine, Joe. Take care of it.
Right, Bill. See you later.
Bye.
Motherfucker put his cell phone away.
Better make a right turn onto 117. The boss wants us to make a pickup at the Charleston Depot.
It's 1940s.
All right. There you have it. A practical example of modern communication. Here's a job of road construction on the outskirts of a big city. The center of such activity is constantly shifting and is seldom near a regular telephone, yet there is often need for one.
Okay, I'll call George.
The police and the FBI, I'm sure, like, you know,
This is
secret agents had
WJ6.
this shit.
It's 9233. Give me Adams 26635.
Lee Construction Company, Martin speaking.
Hello, George. This is Mac. Say, they're having plenty of trouble out here with the engine on the grader.
Yeah? What's the matter with it?
Well, nobody seems
Yeah,
to know
what's the
for
matter
sure.
with
Johnny says he thinks it's a fuel pump.
Might be at that. Tell you what I'll do. I'll send Stevens out to check it over before we have real trouble. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay.
So long, George.
Goodbye.
This is mobile telephone service. In this service,
Right.
conversations travel partway by radio, partway by telephone lines. In order to reach vehicles traveling the highways between cities,
Look at that.
a number of
Early
transmitting and
compositing.
receiving stations connected to telephone lines are spaced at intervals along the highway so that one will always be in range of the moving vehicle. The antennas are placed preferably on high ground because the high frequency waves are limited in distance to the line of
Yep.
sight.
Line of sight.
To understand how mobile
this big
telephone service works,
ball
let's
we
go
live
back
on.
and see how it was used to pick up that load at Charleston. Bill knew that one of his trucks should be in the vicinity of Centerville rolling along little more than half full. If he could get in touch with the truck, he would be okay. This seemingly unusual assignment was simpler than you might think. All Bill had to do was to call the truck on the mobile telephone service with which all his transports were equipped.
Right.
Using his regular business telephone, he dialed long distance.
Long distance.
The switchers.
This is Adams 26635. I want to get in touch with a mobile unit. Will you try to reach ZL43592 at Centerville?
Thank you.
The call from Bill's office to the telephone building
Look at that.
then went out over regular
Compositing.
telephone lines, past several towns, to the telephone building in Centerville. The mobile service operator at that point handled the call so that it went out on the air from an antenna located near Centerville. The truck was in the vicinity and responded with its own transmitting equipment.
Look at that. CGI early. Hey.
In the radio part of calls between vehicles and mobile service stations, frequency modulation, FM, is utilized to ensure high-quality
Frequency
transmission.
modulation.
Except for the radio part of the conversation, the calls travel back and forth over telephone lines. Another type of mobile telephone service was used when our friend Mac called from his mobile telephone. This service is designed to provide a means of communication for
Look at
those
this.
who travel in city areas as well as those who travel along intercity highways.
That's a painting.
Any
With
place
compositing.
having regular telephone service
Imagery over
or
top.
any vehicle having mobile equipment can originate or receive a call. In the case of a call from a vehicle, it is transmitted from the car to the nearest of the several station receiving antennas. These are connected by telephone lines to the base station. By having several receiving antennas, it is ensured that the reception from mobile units having relatively low-powered transmitters and antennas close to the ground will not be blocked by high buildings. After the call reaches the receiving station antenna, it is handled like a regular telephone call. The return message, that is the base station end of the call, goes out over a telephone line to a transmitter which is powerful enough to cover the entire city from a single, high, centrally located antenna.
Right. Line of sight.
When mobile telephone equipment is used, the push-to-talk button on the handset is pushed down when a person talks and
Yeah,
released
push to
when he
talk
listens.
back then. That's funny.
Thus, the mobile telephone equipment in
Like
the
a
car
walkie-talkie.
transmits when the handset button is down and receives when the button is up.
Encoded
Now
and
let's see the
decoded.
equipment that makes mobile telephone service work.
Look at, they got a car phone.
Here in an automobile, a transmitter unit and a receiver
1940s.
unit are being compactly and neatly installed.
Bell Labs.
Sometimes a larger battery and generator are needed for additional power. The flexible antenna is mounted on top of the vehicle, or in the case of trucks, on the side toward the rear. The control unit is simple to operate. A signal lamp on the right of the unit will remain lighted when the apparatus is switched on and ready for service. The operator calls by ringing a bell. At the same time, a signal lamp on the left of the unit lights up. Removal of the receiver switches off the call light and the bell. Let's watch this action again.
Yeah, let's. Shall we?
Should the subscriber be away from his car at the time the call comes in, the lamp will remain lighted until the subscriber returns and calls the mobile service operator.
Lighted. That's how they talk, though.
Companion to the mobile equipment, of course, is the necessary base station equipment. Mobile calls are received on antennas like this.
He showed us an antenna.
Then they are carried to the receiver. From the receiver, they go by telephone wires to the control terminal. Then to the central office switchboard, and thereafter being handled as ordinary calls. The return part of the call goes back to the central office. Then back through the control terminal, where it is automatically switched to the transmitter. Then it goes out through the transmitting antenna, and the call is on the air again. Throughout the country, mobile telephone stations are being expanded to become links in a nationwide network. The mobile telephone greatly expands the scope of voice communication. It provides added telephone service in our principal cities, allows for more efficient operation at railway terminals, furnishes easy contact between land and vessels on our waterways, and at the same time adds to the convenience of travel. It provides an easy way of keeping in touch with vehicles on the major highways. It is one more step toward telephone service for anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Well, there you have it. Hey, give me a second. I gotta, handle some shit real quick. But yeah, give me a second.
The message. Many of them are very faithful to humanity. And yet between man and the animal there are certain differences which is impossible to cross. One of these differences is thought. The individual power of the mind. In order to be human, the individual has memory. He has also the power mentally of projecting a future, which gives him the privilege to improve, change, and modify his own existence. The human being is the only creature that we know in the visible world which is capable of self-directive.
We gotta let him cook. I gotta rewind that back. It was cooking. Hold on.
And we come into a realization that if the animal had the same potential faculties and powers that we have, he would have run humanity off the planet long ago. We are outnumbered by everything from bees to ants and major quadrupeds. We are a minority group in a vast system of life. We are yet in a unique position. One of the reasons for our misunderstandings, I think, has been our tendency to humanize the animal. In other words, we talk to cats and dogs. Probably they may understand some of it. Perhaps, however, it isn't the talk they understand. Perhaps they have a psychic integration that gets the message. Many of them are very faithful to humanity. And yet between man and the animal there are certain differences which is impossible to cross. One of these differences is thought, the individual power of the mind. In order to be human, the individual has memory. He has also the power mentally of projecting a future, which gives him the privilege to improve, change, and modify his own existence. The human being is the only creature that we know in the visible world which is capable of self-directive, that is capable of dominating a situation, and most of all, of verbalizing it. Speech has separated man from the animal from the beginning. And while the animal is a very lovable and wonderful creature in many instances,
right,
it is not right either to us or to the animal for us to assume that we are directly bound to them by a biological factor. Let us assume then the fact as it is, that two orders of evolution are working at the same time in nature. One is physical evolution. Here Mr. Darwin had something on his mind, and he really made an important contribution. In other words, nature is continually unfolding bodies, and these bodies move from one degree of efficiency to another, and the most efficient and complex and useful physical body ever created is that of the human being. In the human being there are potentials which are latent in all lesser animal or plant, vegetable, mineral forms. Physical evolution is producing nobler mansions, but there is not anything to indicate here that this physical evolution does control that which is in the body. The ancients would have agreed, largely, that evolution of form is inevitable and proper, but that the evolution of life through form is a separate function. That which form makes possible, the house that form builds, has its proper occupant. And each order of life is a level of internal life development and unfoldment. Therefore, what we call the human being is not the body, but the life moving through that body.
Whoa.
A life which has fashioned gradually the form we call human through long periods of evolution, and a life which adjusts the new body with each embodiment to the needs and characteristics and qualities of its own purposes. Therefore, the higher form of evolution is the evolution of life. The lower form is the evolution of bodies. These two work together, and each time an embodiment occurs, that which enters in belongs to the proper level of life. Only the human being can enter into the human form because of the unfoldment and evolvement of its superphysical structure. Therefore, we think of it and refer to it very often theologically as man being a body and soul. And it is the soul in the body that makes it human. And it is the human soul that makes the human being possible. It is the animal soul that makes the animal possible. Both points of view have certain integrities, but to attempt to unite them and assume that the body and the dweller in the flesh, that these are identical, is against practically every system of rationalistic thinking the world has ever created. The human being is human and is born and bred by human parents and receives its gift of a human life spark. And this humanity is that which inhabits the body after the quickening and gradually molds it into the purposes of the incarnating entity. The body is definitely traceable back through all the forms of life that have been found before. And psychologically, we can trace the life principle back through the various levels of life. But unfortunately, we are unable to experience directly any level of life except our own. We cannot relive the life of a plant or an animal, because actually we are not part of those kingdoms. But we can, from an outward study of the forms of these creatures, understand something of the life in them, because this life is manifested in their functions and in their processes and in the circumstances which they impel into existence. Therefore, it would seem that religion and philosophy are especially related to the person in the body, the being that is in the flesh, whereas the body itself is a proper subject for physical scientific consideration. It can be helped, it can be more valuable in its needs, it can be served by the physical. Science can help to make the house better for the person dwelling in it. But no matter how much it improves the house, it cannot control, direct, or dominate the life of the occupant, because the occupant has an entirely different level of function. Actually, we also have a tendency in trying to understand these things of assuming that all forms of consciousness in nature are identical with our own. This is probably an erroneous conclusion. What we call consciousness is our own experience of the function of the life principle within us. For us, consciousness expresses itself through the ego, through the mind, through the emotions, through the vital resources of the body. And it is this dweller in the flesh that helps us to choose our careers, that helps us to decide and evaluate experiences, and this factor helps us to grow inwardly through the internalization of things that happen in our environment. In other words, the purpose of the body is to help the power in the body to become more and more sufficient to its own needs. If, for instance, the body gets into difficulties, as for instance in drug addiction, the being in the body must accept the challenge of this. And either produce its own remedy. It must rise above this delinquency. It must learn to know the troubles that result from such addictions. And failing to note these things, it finally passes out of life, destroyed by its own weakness, selfishness, or misunderstanding. Now again, science says when it leaves, that's all there is to it. This again is contrary to every legitimate purpose of a natural phenomenon. That the individual, having passed through a whole variety of experiences, should then disappear forever, cease to exist, and have no future being of any kind. This seems to be a position that cannot be tolerated philosophically. This brings philosophy into focus as the power to bring together the scientific and the religious points of view. As philosophy becomes the reconciler of opposites, it becomes, in a sense, the mediator between all extremes in life. All philosophy worthy of the name, and is not too abundant at the present time, all philosophy deals with the problem of adequate purpose. Things that happen for a reason. There is no waste motion in life. There are no occurrences that are meaningless. Everything has significance of some kind. Everything that happens in the outer life affects the inner person within that body. Every attitude, every contact with society modifies the pattern of the person in the body. When the time comes for the person and the body to separate, the person survives. And more, even the scientific communion is beginning to assume the possibility of life after death. Life after death was accepted by our most primitive ancestors. It has always been known intuitively as part of our eternal realities. But up to recently, it has been considered unscientific. Perhaps because, as one prominent educator said of it, that philosophy and idealism was a sickly mysticism that interfered with the glory of facts. Well, the glory of facts look rather shabby at the moment. The glory is not noticeable. But the fact of the matter is that unless we are here for a purpose, the entire existence of living things has no meaning whatsoever.
Right.
And having no meaning, there is no hope. For if there is no meaning, no reason, no methodology by which anything can be accomplished, then we live and die in a state of complete bewilderment and have been exploited from the cradle to the grave. Such is not the case, fortunately, for all concerned. And it is obvious that the experiences of a lifetime are not kept in record in the body alone. The body does not know anything about how we felt about our neighbors, except that when we feel wrongly about our neighbors, the body knows something is wrong. But it does not gain moral instruction from the happenings of the person in the body. But the vibration of the person in the body, if it becomes better and higher, does elevate gradually the bodily elements and puts the bodily cells into an inhabitable universe of their own. It prevents the destruction of the multitude forms of life within our own flesh. If we then assume, as is almost necessary, that there is something beyond the present, then in a large measure the whole structure of science falls apart. Because if there is something more in life or to life than the immediate frenzied accumulation of wealth or power, then we have been living falsely from the beginning, and science has been trying to build up something that cannot survive.
Right.
It is therefore very important for us to try to ensoul the world in which we live. And I think that really, of the animals and other kingdoms of nature, man becomes symbolically a conscious ensoulment of life, as this ensoulment develops on this level of existence. In other words, man represents, more or less, a soul power in the material world. The power of inner consciousness, inner dedication, inner understanding and realization to transmute and transform the outer environment into an appropriate and proper place for the development of life. The human being has tremendous potentials. These potentials include a number of faculties, not only of communication, but of memory, of ideation, of internal mysticism. It makes possible the rise of esoteric disciplines, sciences, and philosophies. It definitely indicates that gradually the human being is able to take over his own destiny.
Right.
This is something that sets him entirely apart from every other kingdom of nature. There is no other kingdom that we know that can create a future destiny for itself by intent, that can take the rough materials of life and then soul them with purposes beyond survival.
He cooking. Let him
The
cook.
other kingdoms are largely tied into a survival pattern, which is always present, is always dominant, and requires practically the entire life of the living creature. The animal kingdoms live in one or two principles alone. They have to feed, they must have nutrition, and they have to generate and reproduce. Food and reproductive power constitute the burden which all kingdoms below man must carry. Now, this doesn't mean that man doesn't have to carry them also, but it means that man is capable of a complete life above them. The human being is not required to spend all of his life feeding himself and that alone, nor is he required to exist only to the point of generation or perpetuation of species and then an immediate departure. The human being has other overtones, which must be developed or can be developed by the proper aptitudes and the proper dedications. The human being has a life fulfillment within itself. It has a duty to itself, which is another form of nutrition. Man's material nature perpetuates the species. Man's soul perpetuates and unfolds itself by a psychic nutrition, the nutrition of ideals, of dreams, of hopes, of aspirations, and of dedications. As the old story of the Greek banquet tells us, there is food for the body, but there is also the banquet of the soul, a kind of holy communion in which the individual nourishes the inner life by the merits of its own conduct, by its dreams, its aspirations, and its dedications. So that this means definitely that the human being was created or fashioned or evolved, or whatever you want to call it, for a purpose that is unique in nature. It is because of this uniqueness in nature that the human being controls or is capable of controlling every other form of life. It cannot create another form of life, but it can direct it, unfold its resources, it can curb it or expand it, it can give it greater opportunity or destroy its privileges. The human being is in a strange way, is the leader of this herd of souls that we find embodied in the kingdoms of nature. Therefore, man is a unique creature. It is not possible to assume that we can explain man merely as an animal with one step further ahead. It is not only this, it is a completely different organization, not physically, but because it contains within it a being more highly devolved and developed than any other creature that has created a visible likeness among us. Man has the tremendous advantage of being capable of creating not only materially but spiritually. in not only generating forms, but generating ideas.
Crazy.
Capable of reproduction in an internal spiritual sense of that term. Because of this, the individual also has appropriate responsibilities. He is faced with the duties of his own identity.
Going down.
If his duties were simply to feed and generate, we'd have very little problem, because animals don't have too much problems of this nature. They have their territories and they abide by them, and they follow laws and instincts which are immutable. Man is not a servant of instincts that he is unable to direct or control. The human being is a self-moving mechanism. It is a being capable of unfolding higher levels than any other kingdom that we know. But in order to do this, the individual must have some motivation. And our school children need motivation. Young people today and older folks too need some form of motivation.
Definitely.
Which will enable them to live above and beyond physical pressures.
Right.
To lock the soul within the body after it has been given dominion over it is a sad mistake. And yet in most people, the soul is merely an energy which is a servant of desires, ambitions, and personal feelings. The soul is not being permitted to perform its essential duty of directing the life within the person and protecting the body in which that life is enclosed. So man has to improve from within out. He has to lead from the soul and not from the body. He has to use the mind and emotions to advance the universal good and not merely to further little small selfish projects of his own. Yet if we are so educated that little things are all that we ever learn of, if it is assumed that importance simply consists in doing what we please, then we have missed the entire purpose of our existence. Nature, however, is not going to be frustrated so easily. If the individual or a generation or a race or a species fails completely in its purposes, nature simply eliminates it. We have lost the dinosaurs, we have lost the megatheriums and the brontosauruses because they were no longer useful, because they contributed nothing to the plans and purposes of life. We are watching species and types fading away today because they have no further need for the experience of this environment. Man, however, has not achieved a diploma of graduation. He is not, as yet, using his potentials and his purposes correctly. And young people should be told this. They should not be so much concerned as to where they came from in terms of the Darwinian theory, but where they're going in terms of cosmic purpose. This is the emphasis. Every young person should be taught the dignity of his own contribution to life. He should be taught that there is within him something that he can use to better others and serve himself in this way.
Right.
That he is not here simply to get rich or powerful. He's not going to be a success because he is a computer operator. He is here to grow not only in skills but in grace. And his skills should be under the domination of his integrities. The more proficient he becomes in some line of activity, the greater the contribution he can make to enduring good, not merely to some passing project that seems to have economic possibilities.
Right.
We have great need to give young people reason for life. And today this idea of trying to create an arbitration between the theory of generation and the theory of creation and let the children decide which to follow is not very practical for the reason that the average child can't decide. They have not the experience, they have not the background. It seems to me that the arbitration lies on an entirely different level. Namely, that the purpose of science is to invent and discover. The purpose of religion is to learn to use wisely and unselfishly all the skills of mankind. Therefore, religion is involved in the use of that which science may claim to discover. Religion makes things valuable to the survival of life on this planet. Knowledge is increasing very rapidly, but unless integrity grows with it, we cannot depend upon a livable future. So maybe it would be just as well to not try to force which one is correct, but to point out that each of these courses of action, creation and generation.
Hold on, give me a second.
What up? Fuck is up, Nate? Plug up your professional microphone. Talking to myself. Hey, yo, what up, Mondo? Shit crazy, boy. Nope, not yet. There you go. Hey, it's all good. How may I assist you, looking ass?
Yeah. What's up, though? What's up? What you been up to, man?
Shit, just chilling.
Hell yeah. I was just fucking around on Battlefield for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Listening to this crazy shit, yeah.
What you listening to? Charleston White type shit?
Nah, I'm listening to Manly P. Hall. He a old alchemist and shit. Yeah, but nah, Charleston White, he was doing other shit this weekend. He ain't been talking shit right now. For whatever reason. Oh, he was supposed to be in a boxing match. That nigga stabbed his opponent or something, so he shanked him. But yeah, nah, though. Motherfucking
24 gonna be the greatest year of all time.
Man, I don't know how many times I heard that shit. I even said it a few times myself. You know what I'm saying?
Don't matter this year.
Hey, but goddamn,
they gonna take away the cheese. Defense gonna be better.
Hey,
yeah, I know.
Exactly. Hey, they be running in circles and shit in the game last year. That's why I couldn't play that shit. Nigga, get mad and start just doing some hella glitchy shit. And go in a bunch of circles on you and then score on you and message you like, bitch, you trash, nigga. I was like, you know what? I ain't even gotta take this shit. Yeah. Nah, I ain't even uninstall it. It's still on, but I just ain't put that shit on. I'd rather get my hand-eye coordination right, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's simulated hand-eye coordination. Yeah.
Follow this bitch.
Alpha 1 is now our target.
I need a ranger deployed at my marker.
What game you say you playing?
Little Assassin's Creed.
Which one? The newest one? Oh, I'm about to say.
Nah.
That shit ain't even released.
I'm playing this one in
to get right
for the newest one. Yeah.
That nigga even sweat on Assassin's Creed. Listen to this shit, chat. Y'all hear me? Nigga getting right for Assassin's Creed. Ain't it a single player game?
Yeah.
That nigga finna be all the
Getting locked in.
unlockables and shit, all the quests, all the goddamn. Oh shit! Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what level I need to have this shit, cause I ain't had nobody in this bitch in a while. So. Gotta get all the levels right, man. Nah, but if they just make the movement a little bit more stiff, I think I'll like it. You know, because the physics was just a little too herky jerky last year.
I never really was a fan of this new era.
It's feel like too much like NBA Live, so it was hard to play that shit last year. It literally reminded me 98 Live.
Yeah. Like 15, 16, 17. Like there wasn't so many locked animations.
Right. Yeah, this shit. I mean,
That's why
hopefully they
trying to
figure
dribble
it
no
out.
more.
Right. I'm about to make a dunking ass nigga, I swear. Or a shooting ass nigga that just stand and play a little defense. Cause like I said, I ain't even really got that much time to be doing all that shit anyway, but play a little bit. Ooh. That's why I just be jumping on this, cause you know, like I said, I don't need 5 or nothing. I can just jump on this shit.
You
You're right. You're right, real quick.
Kill the lawyer. I bet.
Plus, I be trying to, you know, murk some shit every now and again.
Type shit.
Oh, he just ran right into that thing. Oh. Yeah, nah, and then, you know, sit here, chill, listen to some philosophy, get some extra video and shit from my other pages.
Get your
and
mind
shit
right.
like that. Yeah, nah, for real, though, you know what I'm saying? Because I done read a lot of shit. But these niggas was out there talking, cooking back then, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to hear what they talking about. Like, let that nigga cook one time. Hold on. But yeah, that nigga Damo was in the chat last week. Pulled up.
I just talked to Damo like a month ago.
Yeah, he pulled up real quick. Chatted with him real quick. I was like, oh shit, I was just thinking about your ass, Damo, cause I was somewhere and this lady said I remind her of Snoop Dogg. And I was like, that ain't the first time I heard about it. Somebody told me before his name was Damo. And I was like, where that nigga Damo at? But he ain't say Snoop Dogg, he just say your shit be smooth or whatever. I was like, ah, shit. She was like, yeah, it's a compliment. I was like, yeah, no problem. I got you. I get it.
Snoop Dogg, that shit funny as hell.
I said I'm from Gardena, but I mean, Southern California. I was like, thanks.
There's so much drama in the LBC.
I had to do a mic check. I was on stage, so that's why I was like, in West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground. That's where I spend most of my days, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and shit. And they was like, I was just fucking around though. But I did majority of the song, and then a couple other songs like Gilligan and shit. A couple other like I just started reading philosophy on stage, trying to get the mic shit right. But the bitch was like. She was like a 50-year-old woman. I was like, you know,
that one.
I don't turn nothing down but my, you know, collar.
But my motherfucking collar.
But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you slide with this one. You know, I'm supposed to have you run into the bank right quick and give me a little something. Put a deposit on that.
Nah, they ain't gonna say nothing. You white. You ain't gonna say nothing. Just go in there and get it.
Exactly. I need you to run me back like 5 racks, at least, minimum. On the cool.
I'll bring back
you know
10, you keep 2.
I want 10, but goddamn, you know, at 5 all you can get, that'll suffice, you know what I'm saying? This nigga got a cowboy hat out here. I need to give me a cowboy hat, that look cool. Ooh, but I got a little ring on though, okay. Fuck the cowboy hat.
You don't want to play as Nicki Minaj in Call of Duty?
Nah, wow. That's so bad how that game is just doing whatever. I stopped playing Call of Duty so long ago. I think I stopped playing Madden first, because the big 3 was Call of Duty, Madden, and 2K. And like I said, last year was the first year I ever just said, you know what, fuck this game, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? But I stopped playing. Yeah, exactly. I stopped playing fucking Madden first, and then Call of Duty was after that. I still bought Call of Duty a few more times, but regretted it almost instantly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I ain't bought a Call of Duty since I can't remember. Maybe Black Ops 2.
I think Ghost was one of the last ones.
No,
and then I think I bought another one, but I never played it. I just bought it because everybody was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get it," and it was on sale for $40. So I bought it, played it like one day, and never played it again. So that one I don't know if that counts, but yeah, Call of Duty, Madden, all these games, and Call of Duty put Nicki Minaj in there and all that shit. It was lame as hell, bro.
Shit lit. It's lit.
Niggas out there looking at the bitch booty and shit the whole time, ain't even trying to play the game. Nigga all up underneath the booty.
BBL.
Yeah, they all up underneath that shit, sniffing it. But you know, I mean, I still see what Rainbow Six or whatever. I still see Rainbow Six got the.
Yeah, I got
they
back
still
on
got
that.
content.
That shit is hella fun now.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They still got content,
It's
which
not
is
as
cool. Cheesy or whatever.
They don't have to be as hardcore no more.
Oh,
Like, you know,
okay.
they still got that shit, but they got like different types of games and shit now.
Right.
Shit's pretty fun.
Oh, different game modes and shit.
And they got deathmatch and like snipers only, and they got a little one called gun game that's hella fun. You just get like a Desert
gun.
Eagle or some shit. You get one shot, reload, one shot, reload, one shot, one kill.
Hell yeah, I just jumped out of a motherfucking helicopter. Oh shit, on top of a building. I thought I had to drop on somebody, but then that nigga clapped me. What the?
Switched on my shit real quick.
Oh yeah, I could put the rest of the Shrek movies on there too if you want to have a Shrek marathon.
Bug it.
Yeah.
Might
That's
as
what I
well
used to
Shrek
do.
him out.
That's what I used to do. Yeah, I used to. Goddamn. Just put them all on there
Shrek
and
him
just.
out, coach.
Yeah, just watch them all. Fuck it. I'm trying to. Let me see. That shit should be right. I'm trying to make sure because once 2K come out, I'll probably play a little bit more, but still probably. I don't know. It just gotta be good though. Like it gotta make me want to get on. Cause like I could be playing that shit right now, but I've been on for like 2 hours or whatever. But that shit just so bad. It ain't even like relaxing. Cause when it's good, like you can impose your will on other people that aren't so good. That's what makes the game fun. But when you play the game and your IQ don't allow you to beat a nigga that you know don't have no IQ.
Yeah.
That's when the game is like, bro, what we got going on? Like casuals is just like low key last year. I think I made a lot too. It was annoying. I was still like not really clamping motherfuckers up. You was still having to like really try hard as fuck to make them not score. And I'm thinking, what's the point of having a goddamn lock if these motherfuckers still scoring pretty easily? But
this is probably like my worst year. I cannot get the hang of this shit this year. Like I would for a little bit, but then I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna
lose it again.
Yeah, it just felt weird, especially like the shooting and shit. Shooting didn't feel good. Every fucking shot was a different timing.
Holy shit. Yeah, nah.
Oh, fuck.
The way they made the jump shot creator was even more confusing too. So I was like, you know what? I really don't have the time to watch videos and be like all into that shit right now. If somebody can't just give me a jump shot that work, nigga, I'm not fucking with it at all. And then, I don't know, they low key should just make it a little bit more simple again. But they not, because it makes more money. They gonna make more money by confusing everybody. Because niggas still made 20 builds and 15 different builds and shit last year. up until the last few months.
Yeah, they gonna get their money.
Hell yeah. Like I said, I just hope it's fun because the gameplay wasn't even fun to play single player.
Yeah.
Like even in single player, the gameplay was like the physics was off really bad.
And you already know they dumbasses about to fuck with the season pass and ruin that shit for everybody.
Oh hell yeah. That shit don't even make no sense. Goddamn game already cost $70. And season passes be in games that's free.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fortnite and shit, you know that shit. You ain't gotta spend $1 on that game. Like low key, this game should be free, Battlefield, because they got season pass and all that. But Battlefield, EA, you know, Madden, you know, they want their money. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They ain't tripping about what nobody talking about. But
I know that's right.
But if this game was free, it would be the best like shooting game out right now because it got everything right now. The physics is on point, the guns, the fun, you know, the explosions, all the shit. Because Call of Duty right now is on some fuck shit. They on some weird, like, super teenager shit right now. It's like a, you know, it's a weird game. So to try to feel like 2K was supposed to be the simulation game, you know? Where it felt like a sim. And that's why I play Battlefield, because Battlefield like the sim version of shooting people. That's closest to sim.
The little pro play shit they talking about. I don't know.
What is it, like tournaments?
No. The pro play is like, I guess a new feature and like just the game mechanics. And so I guess they take, instead of having to do mocap for everything and just going straight off the mocap, they're able to take like moves from like the real film and like mimic them
exactly. That move they showed, that move they showed, that shit been in the game though, man.
Right.
When you know what I mean?
It sound cool.
Yeah, because you know how marketing is, bro. That marketing speak is a bitch. They do this shit every year. Like, them niggas know how to make the game sound like they built it from the ground up. They got new this, that, and the other. But really, they just putting shit back in that we ain't seen in so long, and we kind of forgot. But, like, I don't think they...
And they put sweaty niggas on the screen for the cherry on top.
Yeah, I don't think they did shit, bro, to be honest. I think they did the same shit that they always gonna do, which is just marketing speak and goddamn... And that's it, really. You know, we'll see when the game come out. That's the true test, is when the game come out. Because everybody been playing this shit. I've been playing this shit for like 25 years at this point, which sound crazy, right? But I'm gonna notice right away if they change some shit or not. And like I said, the same engine that they've been using for this last 25 years is the same engine that they've been using. It's visual. It's called like Virtual Concept is the company that came out with it, and it's the same engine. I mean, they got 25 years of motion cap, and like, you know what I'm saying? They got every move conceivable a nigga can make, but how they put it together is gonna be the thing. If a nigga can run in a circle, you know, without dribbling the ball, like, and figure out a way to hack the game, that's, you know, that type of shit. Cause niggas was doing that shit this year, doing glitchy ass shit, and then he had to patch it, and it's like, man, how the fuck are you still patching a game that's 25 years old? And you ain't changed the engine. But the marketing speak, they always talk about how they figured out a new physics engine and shit, but they don't change nothing. They show a few animations that are rare. And then they talk about how they change. But those animations just are rare, you know? But if they add like the body contact, right, and then they patch it out after the first patch. But if you see that body contact and how the defense pushed off, and he kind of pushed off the defense, if that's more in the game, that'll just make defense better. If we can contact with each other, like, Cause last year I felt like they were just not even touching each other the whole game. You know?
The one, they got some new cool badges that I want to see.
Yeah.
Like they got one, it's called like Fast Feet. It's like quick first step on defense. That should be tight.
Yeah. So you can chop your feet,
Keep up
shit,
with
like
these
chop your
fat
feet,
motherfuckers.
nigga. Chop your feet, nigga. Nah, but yeah, I just hope it's good. Whatever you know they do. Cause if it's good, niggas gonna spend the money regardless. Season pass, it don't matter. Niggas gonna have their girlfriend, you know what I mean, boosting at the Walmart, whatever they gotta do to get some motherfucking gift cards and all that shit. You know, stealing from their mama, all types of shit going down in a week. I don't know if I'm probably be here on the 2nd, but I might not be here like when the game drop and all that. But I'm gonna get on afterward, backup player and all that. I don't know where I'll be on the 2nd. I might still be. I might go to. I'm going to Oakland on the 1st or the 31st or some shit real quick. You know, and then I'll be back. So I don't know if I'll be back on the 2nd or whatever. Whoa! The fucking tornado got me. This
Old
shit.
Town, baby. Old Town, baby.
Hell yeah. I'm finna come back with dreadlocks and shit. Don't they do dreadlocks out there?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but holy shit, this shit picked me up
Let me
again.
see you show your grill.
Oh yeah, shake them dreads. Let me see you show your grill. Holy shit, bro! I just got flown around by a tornado. But yeah, like it looked like, I mean, you know, I don't care what the graphics really is and shit, but it looked like they at least did something with that, made the players look good. But like they always make them look good for single player. Then when you get like
Yeah,
the
the
right
faces
niggas
look
low
good.
grade and shit, you know, it's a little lower resolution.
There's two things I will say that they probably did good on.
Yeah,
just soft
the
looking,
visuals
which is that
and
little
shit.
fast feet shit, the badge, and
And nigga like the fast feet shit.
yeah, that and they said the
My feet
court
gonna be
is gonna
fast,
be the
nigga.
same, like the pro-am court is gonna be the same size as like the league.
A real shit, yeah.
court. Yeah, so that way you can't play two people at the same time and all that shit.
Oh shit. Nigga said the fast feet, bro. I got to see what that hitting for, bro.
Feet fast as hell, folks.
And instantly get the fast feet, instantly get to running. Nah, but yeah, I mean, the AI shit is what made the game look better. AI, like art and shit, like, so, you know, Take-Two Interactive and 2K, like Grand Theft Auto gonna look crazy with, cause Nvidia got like AI graphics and shit. You could like download it and like, you know, make your own characters pretty easily. I haven't done it, but like, it's out there, you know what I'm saying? And so I know the other companies, the big companies, is using it to make lifelike characters, and also the characters that you ain't really paying attention to, the people that just walking around. So, but I don't know how far they're gonna go with it in 2K, but I seen a couple of the screenshots and I'm like, all right, the players look cool, but the gameplay, bro, that's it. It's the gameplay for me, 2K. I ain't looking at nothing else. Holy shit. Damn, bro, how the fuck that nigga way up there for?
This one is
And it's
tight.
only a couple days from now, too. Oh, this is Conquest. I'm about to exit Conquest. Conquest is not as fun. I've been playing a different game mode. Rush and other shit. How many Shrek movies is out though? Like I seen like 4. I was like, I thought it was only 3.
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Right.
I've only seen the first 2. I might have seen like a little bit of the third one.
Right. I think I've seen them all. Maybe not the 4th or 5th ones and shit if they got more than that, but I think I've seen the first 3 at least. But I was like looking through them and I was like, it seemed like they got 4.
That
But it
shit
could
still
be
look
like
good, though.
smaller movies or something.
I haven't seen that movie since I don't know how long. It's gotta be when I was like little.
March 9th, Austin Powers is
That
funny
shit's
as hell,
fucking
though.
hilarious.
I like Austin Powers and whatever. I mean, I call it Austin Powers. What's his name? I can't think of his name though right now. But the nigga that play Austin Powers and do the voice, yeah, that nigga funny as hell. So any movie he in, even the stupid shit on Netflix about like conspiracies. I tried to watch it. I ain't finished it, but I'm gonna finish watching that shit. It's a little TV show he did, I guess. Shit pretty funny though. It's just stupid funny humor, you know what I mean? Not everybody be fucking with that
I'm more
type
excited
shit.
for Payday 3 though. I think that shit's gonna
Payday 3, they got Ice-T on the motherfucking cover and shit. Or not on the cover, but he was in the commercial or whatever. Yeah. It's funny that like these big ass companies like market games like that to kids and shit. Let's rob a bank together, y'all. Mom, buy me an Xbox or a PlayStation so I can go on the line and rob a bank with my friends. You fucking bitch. You know what I mean? Like the white boys and shit. Mom, you fucking bitch. I said a PlayStation, not a goddamn Xbox. My friends are gonna fucking laugh at me. Jesus Christ. How could you make this mistake, you whore? You know what I mean? White kids be going in on their mom. He'd be like, bully, I'm sorry. I'll take it back. Don't worry. Like, damn. Like, that nigga was cooking that. Damn, this game is crazy though, bro. The physics that is involved with making a game like this. The level of mastery of the world you need to calculate all these calculations. I was telling somebody the other day, man, because he was like, oh, I'm scared to drive on the highway or something. He an Asian boy, you know, they timid. And the United States bombed the masculinity out of the gooks back in the day. So a lot of them is timid and shit, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm scared to drive like on the freeway and shit. And I was like, bro, the human brain is like one of the most complex computers out there, bro. You get on that freeway, your brain gonna calculate all these physics probabilities in milliseconds, bro. I was like, you're not even gonna have to worry about it. Just get in there and, you know, start in the slow lane and handle your business. You acting like a bitch right now, nigga. This nigga smoked your goddamn cousin in front of you, nigga. Now we gonna go out here and smoke all these niggas.
Bitch
Is you
right
down, nigga? That's on Innocent side, yeah. And them boys in the hood, nigga was like, yeah, boys in the hood. He was like, man, let me out the car.
You acting like a real bitch.
Let him out the car though. But nah, yeah, this, I don't know. A lot of shit crazy. I've been chilling, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, wait. I'm off the map. Can I make it back? I'm finna die in the air. Oh, shit. Yeah, I died in the air.
Fucking spotted me.
What? Oh, you still playing? Oh, that shit. I forgot. They spot you in that shit, too. Yeah, but nah.
Sit your ass down. Stupid.
Oh, I got a tank. Hey. Now this game is probably the hardest game out though right now, cause I was waiting for Battlefield to go back to like the future and shit, or the present time at least. You know what I mean? With, you know, regular fucking guns. Like, who wants to shoot a musket? Like, I'm straight, bro. I'm good. I don't want to shoot a musket. That shit take forever. You get one bullet, then you got to jack the thing off for a minute just to get another shot out. Like, nigga, I'm straight.
Nigga said jack the thing off.
Yeah, you got to be, you know, rigid with it too. You got to have some dexterity when you're jacking it off too. You can't just manhandle it. Otherwise, you might shoot yourself. You got to take your time, put the powder in that motherfucker, put the bullet on top of that thing. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, it's some bullshit. I just want to load a clip, mag, or whatever. The purists to say it's not a clip, it's a mag. I just want to load up, shoot, bro.
Hella bullets too.
Hella bullets, bro. I don't even use the LMGs though. I should, but I be feeling like I run slow with an LMG. You know what I mean? Even though you don't. And also, I don't know, when they go to reloading, that should take extra long. This game is it's probably the coolest shit out right now. I'm not tripping low key on 2K. 2K is whatever. If 2K good, that's great. I'll rock with it or whatever. But really, the game I'm really looking forward to is motherfucking Starfield, bro. I'm trying to explore space.
Oh,
Starfield, yeah. I'm trying to explore space, bro, and like you know, go to different planets and shit. 2K, man, they gonna like he's gonna have Ruffles tournaments and shit. They gonna do this same shit. Hey, I don't know if I could do that shit, but
Starfield,
like space.
Is Starfield online? Or is it just...
Yeah, that shit finna be online and everything, bro.
Oh yeah, that's tight.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Bethesda,
you know, yeah, and like they make big ass worlds and shit, and that's cool and all that, but like, and the gunplay look good, and that's all I really care about those kind of games. Normally they be fucking up the gunplay, so then I don't fuck with it, you know. But if they just make just steal Battlefield's gunplay or something, or Call of Duty, somebody, you know what I mean? And just put it in that game, and I think they'll be fine. Cause space already is cool, you know what I mean? Even though I don't believe in none of that shit, I still like watching Star Trek and Star Wars and shit. It's still cool to think about.
I think Starfield come out next month, right?
I know, and it's free on Game Pass. And I'm about to put it to use finally. Since I've been paying for it, I ain't really use it. Game Pass, I ain't really use it. But yeah, I ain't gotta buy that shit for $70 and then the season pass and all that shit. At least at the beginning I won't have to. Oh, that dude tried to run me over. I shot him and jumped, and I ended up on the hood of the car. And I didn't die. Ain't that some shit? I know he pissed. But yeah, Starfield looked like the shit. 2K, man. I'll play Starfield just out of spite. You know, it could be good, but I'm gonna play that shit out of spite if 2K asks. But I'm probably gonna still low-key be playing Battlefield, because Battlefield is still gonna... I think Battlefield community is pretty big right now, so it might stay alive or whatever. It's alive. Everybody hyped about crossplay on 2K and shit. At least,
yeah, that shit.
From what I heard, you don't need to buy a PlayStation now. That's what. Cause I was finna buy a PlayStation soon. So just so I can have like all the streaming shit and all that. But if they got crossplay, what's the point of buying a PlayStation now? Like, and all the people that bought a PlayStation to like, oh, I'm leaving the 2K community on Xbox because y'all toxic or y'all trash. Now that it don't matter, it's gonna be even more toxic now. Which is cool with me because I never believed that myth that the PlayStation niggas was better. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or you know how they be like East servers. Oh yeah, the East Coast servers, they better and shit. I never believed that myth either, so I definitely don't believe that like PlayStation niggas just by way of having a PlayStation makes them better. So we're gonna see. This gonna be the first year.
Yeah,
I hope they have a real leaderboard too. Not no fuck boy leaderboard that like take a week to update. Nigga, fuck that.
Right.
What's a real time leaderboard, nigga? You know what I mean? A motherfucker lose, his shit drop right away. Go to a cutscene and make him cry and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanna, and then the leaderboard right away you could pause it and see, yeah, you a bitch ass nigga. You done lost, nigga. Hey, yeah, all that shit you was talking, you know what I'm saying? And now you got that L.
It was like a concept though. Like if they had
yeah.
You know how in Call of Duty they got like your little prestige on the side?
Yeah.
Or Battlefield. If they had that shit in 2K. When you
Hell
load
yeah.
in and everybody got their little icon, whatever, that should be tight.
Definitely,
but they like,
bro.
nah, we got new hairstyles.
Right, nigga gonna have curls.
Nigga got
nigga got the curls coming down like some bangs and shit. That's what they done put in there. Yeah, nigga. Oh, look at me.
Big drip, nigga.
yeah. They gonna have fucking leg sleeves and arm sleeves brought to you by Pooh Shiesty masks and shit. You know what I mean? That's yeah, they gonna have Pooh Shiesty masks and shit. Niggas gonna go, oh shit, 2K did it. You know, they've been listening to the community. We've been asking for Pooh Shiesty masks when they need real-time leaderboards. Yeah. They need like real shit that niggas care about, not bullshit. You know? Nigga got a Michael Jackson glove on, nigga loses his mind and shit. Jack-o'-lantern head and shit. And they going crazy for Halloween. That's all they needed. Damn, I got flashbang. I can't see shit. I'm legally blind. Why the fuck am I so close to the line anyway? Oh, bald head nigga ran up, got killed. But I don't think yeah, I don't know. If 2K sucks and Starfield got the gun game right, I think I'm gonna be alright.
Nigga, we gonna be alright.
I just wanna like hit a motherfucker with a crossover on like a semi-fast break and then dunk on his homie that was a little bit further back trying to get back, but he ain't turned around quick enough. And then like I want to catch and shoot with a nigga like kind of close to me, but he like, nah, I don't think he got it, and I splash it. That's all I want 2K to be right. Like, cause last year the corner was difficult to shoot out of. Like nigga couldn't even just hit a corner shot no more. Cause they was like, nah, he there. That's the defense. Yeah, his hand is out. Like, come on, bro. I can't even shoot the ball. Can't even shoot the ball. I can't even shoot the ball. Then everybody dunking. Then you can't even play no defense. I was like,
I wish you could like break out of animation still. That's what I used to. Well, about that shit. Take one way, go the other, but yeah, you got to go through the whole animation and just string the next whole animation.
And hope he lost by all that.
Right.
Because he done seen it a few times too, so he know, hold on, he finna come right back. I'm gonna just wait over here for him and shit. God damn, bro. Oh, I done snuck up behind him. I got one though. If they just make it a little tighter, make the defense bumpier. I need some more bump. The niggas wasn't even saying bumpy last year, were they? Now that you think about it, now that if I can recall, I can't even remember clearly, but if I can recollect,
wasn't even saying bumpy last
nigga
year.
wasn't even bumpy. Nigga was definitely not bumpy last year. Nigga was hella smooth last year. Nigga, be smooth. But they definitely wasn't bumpy. Nigga, there was no bump in the trunk last year, bro. Nigga was goddamn sliding right past your ass every time, boy. You be right there, defensive stance ready, hands out, every nigga right past you.
Later.
That nigga be like, look at this nigga. Look at this shit. I just ran right past old boy. What kind of health that nigga had, bro? Oh, hell nah. Bro, if you don't get this big ass truck out the way. Yeah, niggas wasn't on the bump last year. I need more bump, so 2K, can y'all just like make everybody OP again? That was the answer. Why they just don't want to just, you know what I mean? They know what the answer was. Everybody OP. Let that shit be an arcade game. Let that shit be fun.
That's why shit, I like 21, but I guess a lot of people didn't like 21.
Yeah, that shit was fun, low key. I ain't necessarily like it at the beginning, but then once I made my build that was perfect, and I started having fun with it, I was like, this shit fun as hell. And it became one of the top ones. Oh, he got his shit split. Why you come around the corner with only that little bitty ass health? That nigga should have stayed his ass around the corner. Got his health back right first. Nigga peeked. Got his shit slapped. But nah, yeah.
I want to spend money on bills to play different ways. I want to get one bill and play however the fuck I want.
I want to make T-Mac and call him Tracy. I want to make T-Mac, call him goddamn.
Green and shit.
Yeah, I want to make him.
Niggas want to make Jeff T.
Right. I want to make T-Mac, and then he beat Kevin Durant one day. You know what I'm saying? Because he can play all the same shit. It don't matter. I want to be able to shoot threes with my 6'8" dude that can get back on defense and do a snatch block type shit. Yeah. And get a steal when I'm playing good defense. And I done bumped him one way, bumped him another way, and forced him back into my trap. Like, because I didn't wore down his stamina, now when I reach, it's going to give me a more favorable, you know what I mean, outcome. But not just because
a lot of people like the basketball part isn't the fun part for 2K.
Nah,
it'd be the build and the grind and all that shit.
Yeah, the journey. But that's part of life too. But like, still like, I don't mind all that. And they trying to separate the community right now since it's funny, they bringing us all together with crossplay. But now they starting to separate the community with like, oh, now my career grind is different than everything else, and the park grind and all that, which is cool. But at the same time, we can't do all them grinds, and we got to keep making all these goddamn players, you know what I mean? So like you said, it's better if we could just make one player and enjoy the game and spend money on the game that we enjoy. But if we making players, yeah, we still spending money, but we ain't necessarily enjoying the game anymore. So it's kind of a, you know, either way they're gonna get the money, but one way we're gonna be able to enjoy the game more, and that's with a build that can do everything, you know? Give us a Giannis that can shoot threes. And then let my opponent have that same guy, and then I'm gonna eventually learn how to stop him, you know what I mean? And that's what makes the game fun. You see a 99 pull-up, legend 3, got all the goddamn bells and whistles, and you know he got a build that's unstoppable, but you got a build that's unstoppable. So y'all, at the end of the day, the builds don't matter. It's all about IQ and execution at this point. That's just like real basketball. Everybody know the plays that everybody playing. I mean, using, you know what I mean? Just pick and roll, off-ball screens. I mean, basketball ain't too complicated. On-ball screens. It's more the execution. We all know what we out here doing. We know the roster. We know what you ate this morning, but nigga, we finna beat you. It don't matter. So, preparation and execution trumps like all the bullshit. Like, cause we, just like Vegas, nigga, they know the stats, they know who playing, but until the end of the game, they don't give nobody no money, because, you know what I mean? The spread is close, but it ain't gonna be accurate, you know what I mean? That's why you gotta play the game. It's the experiment, you know what I mean? Ooh. So that's why I didn't even watch no videos this year on 2K, because they could tell me everything they want to tell me right now. Until the game come out, nigga, they gotta prove it. You know what I'm saying? Because marketing is a motherfucker. It's crazy, bro. They can make you want to buy shit that you don't need. That's what marketing is all about. They say that the first business was taxes, the second was marketing. You know, and religion and shit, but yeah, they make you buy shit you don't need, so they definitely can make 2K sound like it's the best yet. Hot off the press, you know, the best thing since sliced bread. The newest and most improved iteration. Yeah. Niggas already done pre-ordered. I'm to the point where I ain't pre-ordering not a nail game again. I don't give a fuck. Cause most nights I might not even be here to play the shit on the night that it's gonna pop off. So I might as well wait. Cause you might not only you might get it, but other people might get it and say, "Oh, that shit totally broken." Don't waste your money. But now a nigga goddamn got a broken game and gotta live with it. You know what I mean? Like Battlefield. If you wasn't a real big Battlefield fan, I would've like you know, suggested not to buy Battlefield because this shit was broken. But I'm a nerd for Battlefield, so I ain't give a fuck if it was broken or not. The nigga said it's 2024 or something. What they say? What's this year? 2042. Yeah, I say hell yeah, I'm buying that bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck they put in it. And then they said they had AI characters that's gonna be in the game too. I was like, bro, now wait, are they listening to the community or something? Because I hate sitting in the motherfucking lobby waiting on motherfuckers to join the game so I can enjoy myself. What the fuck? I bought this shit to play video games, not to wait in lobbies, you know what I'm saying? So, nigga, we've been asking for fucking AIs forever. Remember they threw them in 2K for a minute, just in the ruffles and shit like that. But just let me start at least, and then let a nigga pull up then if he want to pull up. And let him like jump into the AI body or something. I don't care, but that should be a thing too. Cause I'll pull up in a rec game in the third quarter. Fuck it, why not? And give me like a off the bench animation or something, so niggas know that's me. Oh, that'd be tight. You know, cause y'all had to start, y'all ain't had 5, so y'all got 4. I pull up, you know, in the third or something. Out the locker room with an animation.
Gotta go eat real quick.
Yeah, gotta go eat, get your player the motherfucker. But you know, niggas will figure out a way to exploit shit, but.
Right.
But just give us the, you know, the ability, the opportunity. Then y'all fix it once we figure out how to break it, because that's how the world works anyway. But I don't think, because that shit, that's really what people like, you know, want. Like, because like right now, I could set up a squad and be like, I'll lock it. So nobody can join. I just have 4 AIs in my squad. And then when my homies get on, they can join and they'll just throw them in my squad on this game. And that's stuff we've been talking about for 10, 20 years and shit, man. So small stuff like that, I would be happy about. Like also, I don't need like a bunch of animations of the characters standing around just to show me that we in the lobby together. You could just do that in text, you know what I mean? And just have our names up there. Like Call of Duty still do that. It's just a splash screen with names on the screen. And we all can see our mics moving. The reason why they do that is because the CPU don't have to make the GPU put a bunch of fucking bullshit on the screen. When you don't need all that shit. You just need motherfucking names and see you. Oh, you here? All right, for sure, let's go. Mute your mic, nigga, your background music suck. You know, shit like that. But because I remember when the lobby was tight. The whistle, blow the whistle. Was it for like coaches or something? Looks like the weight's on. Nah, like a floor general. More fouls.
Free throw line.
I want that too. Cause that's another thing. The game didn't have that many fouls. Remember when I used to be able to get to the foul line a lot? Remember I used to be like, well, I ain't tripping. I'ma just, you know, shoot threes and then get to the foul line and get my points up. Cause that's what they needed that bad. Cause low key, that's how Kobe and Jordan made their careers. It was by getting to the free throw line.
James Harden shit.
Hell yeah, James Harden, exactly. Like, cause I was saucing nigga up behind the 3-point line so bad he had to reach, then I blow past him. Somebody got to slide over, you know what I'm saying? And then that's a foul, you know what I'm saying? Or I might kick it to the corner on a nigga. Like, you know, stop playing. Stay in your corner. Stay with your man. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn, if a nigga go to the rim last year, bro, you finna get slapped up. You know what I'm saying? Because you probably ain't gonna get the dunk.
Not give you that badge. Don't reach, young blood.
Yeah, I'm finna. As soon as he reach, I'm finna run up to that help.
Stay on your feet,
straight to the chest. Exactly, every time. On some James Harden shit, boy. I swear to God, I'm finna have an old gray beard. I'm finna be at the line talking shit. Let me get some at the line emojis too, emotes.
Right.
Remember they had that in the early 2K. they had like I can't remember, but one of the first ones they had emotes at the free throw line, like celebrations and shit. It's a celebration. Nah, but they did. I think it was actually probably NFL 2K when they was when they had celebrations and shit after you kicked the field goal or shit. But they got the capability of doing that shit. So you at the free throw line do a Jordan free throw where you close your eyes and make it. Do some Kobe shit, cause Kobe used to talk shit at the free throw line. Now, the nigga used to talk shit. He ain't just only rape white women. He would talk some shit every now and again. You know, he had that slip up in Colorado niggas don't like to talk about. I'm pretty sure 2K don't want that to be a hot topic while they got that nigga on the cover trying to sell copies and shit. But I think he settled out of court, so I don't know if that means you're guilty or not. But he definitely, try to fuck the bitch anally. I think at least that's what the
anally.
That's what the court transcript said. The stenographer, the bitch had to write that. Kobe Bryant anally tried to fuck a bitch. But other than that, man, I mean, I don't have no expectations for it, and that's probably why it's gonna be all right. And the other thing is, I won't be here waiting at 8 o'clock at night to play for it.
Yeah, no.
Either. So that's probably gonna make it fun too, just cause I'm gonna be watching people's videos, kind of building anticipation after the release, instead of anticipating it before the release, which makes me usually go, man, this shit, But oh yeah, you tried.
Fucking center first.
Yeah, that's what I normally do, just to get the game physics and shit. Figure out if it's you know what I mean? If it feel right.
Yeah, y'all niggas ain't gonna be having fun this year while I'm stuck at point guard. Fucking.
Nah, I'm gonna probably make a center and then a shooter of some sort. And then my shooter is gonna be either a tall one or a short one. It's normal 6'7" for the middle tall one kind of shit, or 6'11" for the tall one. Same shit, different toilet. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Oh shit! Who mad that they got killed? Oh, bro, we got him. You acting like he finna run up on us like he ran up on you cause you a bitch. Nigga.
Nigga.
We seen the nigga, bro. You ain't see the nigga. That's the difference. Stupid. You got to keep your head on the swivel in this game, man. These motherfuckers shooting ARs and shit, bro.
Big dog.
They ain't playing too. Bullet ain't got no name. Nigga be shooting for somebody behind you and catch your ass slipping. So you goddamn gotta be on your A1. Oh shit, I'm pulling up.
Okay.
Hold up, I'm pulling up. Oh, I done slid back behind enemy lines. They ain't seeing me though. I got a plan to stick it to the man, but hold on. There's some fire right next to me. Damn, bro, I can't see shit. I'm finna just throw a C4 over there. Then pull up. Holy shit. Oh, I just came over here and caught 2 people slipping on some lucky shit, bro. But nah, yeah. Did anybody else continue to play 2K all year, or nah, everybody kind of stopped playing?
Nah, we was playing.
Oh,
at least,
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, the random wreck was pretty fun this year.
Oh, randoms,
with
yeah.
Fucking centers going crazy.
A bunch of centers? Holy shit, that's toxic. Oh. Yeah, everybody make Giannis's and shit.
I played a good amount this year, I feel like.
Yeah. I couldn't fuck with it.
Drew stopped playing once they patched glove.
Oh.
Once they took
Yeah,
away his little
99
skill
glove.
and shit, yeah, he immediately stopped playing.
Yeah, I was playing the single player with Curry trying to make, cause I was gonna make a point guard and come back and shit. But then I was like, bro, I just don't like the movement. You know what I mean? I was like, I just don't, can't do it. But I was gonna come back and say, bro, don't worry, I got y'all. I'm finna play point guard. But then I just didn't have the time, nor did I feel like the game was worth another $100 advance.
Francois.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's not what I wanted. I want the dog. Give me my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog. Holy shit, what the fuck? Oh, that's a glitch. I was like, why that nigga just standing in the middle of the thing? I ain't seen that in months. That glitch is still in the game. That's been like a legacy glitch for every shooting game ever made. Just dead bodies just still stiff in the fight, you know what I mean? Hovering or whatever. I wonder what that is called. Because it's definitely like a glitch to just don't quit. That should be in every game. It'd be an Assassin's Creed. You might kill a motherfucker. He just hovering there forever now. Get stuck. One day I'll have time to research it and figure it out. Since I have plenty of time to research crazy shit.
And all
oh yeah, we moving up. How's the train business going, bro?
Easy money.
Hey, I already know it. That nigga be chilling. You looking at your phone and shit now all day? Or not yet? Yeah, I know you can't. Of course not. You're supposed to take it seriously.
Yep, can't look at your phone. Just gotta give them a little hour and a half, and then you just take a break.
That's it?
Do that
You
couple
take a
times,
break every hour and a half?
Pretty much.
That's
Most times,
smooth.
for me, it's really like an hour and a couple minutes. Cause
That
my
nigga be
little
chilling, boy.
loop
You
isn't
gotta
that long.
do that like
but
8 times or whatever.
I gotta do that twice.
And that's it?
That's it. I'm done.
Damn.
For the day.
That nigga be cashing out. You got him by the balls, I tell you.
Give me the money. Yeah, I just moved into my new little spot last weekend, 2 weekends ago.
Hell yeah. They gonna be more where that come from. You just gotta keep your motherfucking head on the shoulders, that's all.
Living a little
Get you
more
carried
comfortable.
away.
You know what I'm saying?
Then you gonna start
get my,
whipping the bins and shit, you know
football
what I'm
season.
saying? You're gonna have to beat the bitches off with a stick, you know what I'm saying? The one you got now gonna be like all up on you, trying to make sure, you know what I'm saying?
You good, big dog.
She gonna leave you, or you gonna leave her? But you know, get one that got aspirations and goals too, and then you be alright. But the thing is though, the competition for you to keep her is gonna always go away. I mean, never go away. Like you always gotta, you know what I mean? It's always a competition because men is dogs, nigga, and they're gonna be trying to, you know what I'm saying? So it's always a competition for you. But you gotta try to, what I heard is like they say you gotta try to find a woman that think you the best they ever can catch. Because if you get a girl that's the best you ever can catch, then it's you in a bad situation. You ain't got no leverage, you know what I mean? And the likely logical situation is the bitch gonna leave. Cause you ain't the best she ever found. You gotta find one the bitch think, nigga, this the best I can get. So I might have to keep this nigga, you know what I mean, right? But, you know, it's a paradox and shit. Motherfuckers don't know what they got till they losing anyway, so all this shit ain't gonna matter until afterwards. Then you'll realize, you know what I mean? They say Monday morning quarterback, you know what I mean? But be like, damn, man, I love that bitch. Like, what was you doing when you had her, though? Damn, these AIs getting drunk like a motherfucker in front of me. Somebody pick me up, man. I'm on the ground. Yeah. Today's Sunday. man.
Yeah, I need to hurry up and get this TV and little Apple TV so I can get ready for
Get
football
your setup.
season.
Hell yeah, I was hoping to get to Oakland before Zendaya left, but I think the bitch gonna be gone now. Nah, but yeah, yeah, the Spider-Man boy was out there in Oakland and shit. I was like, oh, that's funny. But nah, you gotta get all your shit set up. But like I said, in due time, everything happens in a blink of an eye, man. Before you know, you be sitting in your fully furnished place talking about buying a new one.
Yep.
Cause like I said, we only live for some reason because we humans. We live for the future. The present, even though it's a gift, we don't care about it. All we think about is the future and shit. Then when the future get here, we already over that shit, looking forward again. So you gotta appreciate what's now, man. And now everything's good, you know. So you can't complain.
It's the game.
Oh shit.
That's the game, brother.
Hell yeah, bro. I be trying not to take nothing for granted and shit. Cause I know on the way to your $45 job, you be seeing homeless motherfuckers, crackheads, broke niggas, bitches. And you know, it ain't, you know, it ain't for everybody. Exactly. You special, nigga. That's what they said. You special, nigga. You loyal. Holy shit, I dropped that motherfucker, boy. And the worst part is, he seen me first. Oh, bitch ass nigga. Holy shit, it's a bunch of AI over here.
Oh, they ain't fucking around, alright.
Holy shit, the motherfucker threw a grenade. And they split into 4 more grenades. Then ran through after they exploded with a shield and hit me with the shield. Now that's pre-planning like a motherfucker. He planned that. That's execution like a motherfucker. I swear to God, I ain't never seen that shit before. I seen the grenades, so I said, hold on. I backs up. I look, they blow up. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm finna pull up on this nigga. This nigga pull up on me with the quickness. Around the corner with a whole shield and shit. Nigga, I sprayed the clip, didn't do nothing. Nigga, I'm laying down right now contemplating how that nigga just cat and mouse my shit real quick. I swear, bro. That's some bullshit. I ain't even know he was around the corner with a shield waiting on me like that. Yeah, I don't know if I even want to play no more after that. Cause that shit was smooth. That got me thinking like I got to come up with a better game plan. Cause these niggas out here thinking, yeah. Got me contemplating my existence and shit, bro. I thought I had it all together this morning. I was just talking about how good a day it was. Motherfucker said, gotcha, bitch. But yeah, this shit look good too. Like the motherfucking physics, the graphics, this shit crazy, bro. This shit hit different. I don't know why would anybody even buy Call of Duty, bro. I almost snuck up on the shield dude and got his jewelry, but I wasn't prepared. Yeah, 2K finna be ass, bro. I ain't even tripping now. Like I said, Starfield gonna be the best game ever.
Scarface? I keep thinking Scarface. Starfield.
Nah, Starfield gonna be the best game ever though. Hopefully. I'm not listening to the 2K marketing, but I'm definitely listening to the Starfield marketing, and I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna be the greatest game ever. So I'm gonna be highly disappointed by Starfield. Watch. Just because the nature of anticipation, you know, it's never gonna be as good as my imagination. Oh shit, bro, trying to use some crazy technology to blow me up. Shoot your gun, stop being a bitch. This is a gun game, nigga trying to use a drone, bro. Chill. Shit weak. Yeah, that's why I blew you up with C4, stupid. Oh. Shot that motherfucker right in the head. Yeah, didn't you live in Northern California for a minute too, huh? For a long minute.
I still live here.
Oh yeah, you still do. Yeah. Holy shit, that dude was right behind me? How the fuck that happened?
Hayward.
Oh no, yeah, cause your mom had moved. That's what it was. I had forgot that thing. She moved to Compton or something. Remember you was talking about it for a minute or something?
Yeah.
I was like, that's when I had thought, oh shit. Yeah, you stay with Pops. You got the good job. But you'd have died if you went to Compton. No cap, boy.
Yeah, it was not gonna be good.
They would have put you on quick, nigga. Like, Mondo? Nah, nigga. Your name is Creeper Holmes. Mondo. Nah.
Be creepy. Drive.
You'd have been part of the Hoovers in no time, bro.
Oh, God.
Banging the cell. Londo would have been like, homie, I'm finna go to the store real quick, nigga. Hold on, nigga. Hold on, bro. Motherfuckers in California still say nigga like that, though. That shit funny. Nigga.
It's up, nigga.
Nigga, it's up on everything, on the set, on the dead homie, nigga. For real. That's on goddamn, that's on motherfucking Insane Crip. That's on Hoover, nigga.
Nigga. Bitch.
Yeah.
Nigga's a weirdo, nigga.
Nigga, that nigga's a bitch, homie. That's on the set.
Weirdo, too. Weirdo, nigga.
Shit.
Big weirdo, bitch.
Nah, for real, cuz. That nigga weird, cuz, on Crip, nigga. That's how niggas talking. Oh, man. Shit used to be funny back in the day. I used to say cuz like every other word. Cuz and nigga. It was hard to like even probably for most people to understand what a nigga was saying. I be like, cuz, my nigga like, these niggas cuz, where they at though, nigga? Shout out to homie Big Mike.
Niggas be saying, yeah, I mean, like, yo, yeah, man.
Yeah,
like,
I mean.
Like, yo, like, shit crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like,
hell yeah.
I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I don't know, yeah, man.
It's up. That's all I had.
Blicky all you niggas. What you mean?
New Yorkers is a different breed, man.
I
never thought.
Oh, we dodged.
Only thing about New York I thought was cool was Ghostface and Raekwon, I think, and like RZA and Wu-Tang. I never really been into like New York slang or culture too much. But that's because I grew up in the goddamn what they call that shit, the East Coast West Coast rivalry times and shit. So it was kind of like we wasn't supposed to appreciate them like that anyway. So yeah, we was looking at them niggas like idiots from the jump, really. That's why I was glad Tekashi came out and was all that shit, cause it exposed that New York shit. Them niggas weak out there, low key.
Bitch.
But that's on everything. I'm from the West, nigga. You know what I'm saying, nigga? What's the West on me, nigga? On mine, nigga. Niggas be out here dying for the set, homie. Nigga. And then another whole generation to come out and goddamn die for the same set that their homie died for. Just on some ignorant shit, nigga. That's what I like, Gucci Mane and like ignorant rap music, nigga, because that's what the culture always been about, just ignorance. I ain't never been that, like, trying to listen to no conscious rap, nigga. I do that shit on my own. Hip-hop culture is ignorance, nigga. The black culture itself, at this point, is ignorance and shit, so.
Fuck, boy.
You gotta, you know what I mean? If you fuck with black culture, it's really just stupid nonsense right now. I mean, but it's always been since the, Since the Black Panthers got dissolved by the CIA and the FBI, ain't no real structure for black folks. Cause the Islam and Muslim people ain't doing shit but praying. That ain't gonna goddamn help nobody.
But praying.
That shit ain't gonna help not a damn nigga, man. Praying for me. You can keep that shit, nigga. That's on Crip, nigga. You keep that shit, nigga. On a dead homie, nigga. Don't pray for me, nigga. That weak ass shit, nigga. Nigga. Motherfucking Jews don't even believe in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, nigga. So, nigga, everybody confused, nigga. All this bullshit in this world, nigga. All I know is my brother died and he ain't came back, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I got to keep going, cause they telling me I do. You know what I'm saying? So shit. Motherfucker, you know, I got a kid, so, you know, they say I gotta live for her and shit, but she doing all right without me. So I'm thinking, goddamn, I think we all here to do our own thing, figure out our own shit, you know. Master, self-mastery, you know what I'm saying? On Crip, nigga. Esoteric philosophy on Crip, nigga. Yeah, tune in next time on Crip, nigga. We finna... So, that's on the set, for real. But nah, all this shit bullshit, bro. You just gotta, what you gotta do is like, you know, build yourself up and your kingdom up for yourself. That's really what the whole shit is all about. You gotta be, you know, cause we born in sin, so you gotta, you know, try to not be tempted by all this shit. It's impossible, but you know, it's probable, I would say.
Oh.
Man, the motherfucker 13th grade want me to pay back my student loan. Motherfucker, kiss my ass, nigga. I'm moving to Ukraine, nigga. I ain't paying that shit back, nigga. You had to catch me, nigga. That's on everything, nigga. Predators don't even look at student loan like it's bad anyway, so y'all fucked up. Y'all should have never gave that nigga no money. That ain't my fault. Stupid. You know the mathematical probability of me paying you back was low when y'all gave me the money. Y'all the bank. Man, y'all done seen a bunch of niggas like me come across, you know, asking for money before. So don't email me now. I'm waiting for the Congress and the Senate to forgive my debt. And I don't give a fuck about none of you conservative bitches that say I should pay for my debt because I made it. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't paying for shit, nigga. This is America. America got the biggest debt in the world. Like trillions of dollars we owe China. Ain't nobody talking about we gotta pay them niggas back. So nigga, I ain't gotta pay no debt, just like they ain't gotta pay the debt. You know what I'm saying? And they already got insurance on the money they gave me anyway, so they gonna double their money, nigga. You think the motherfucking Jews ain't got this shit planned out in the first place? You got me fucked up. So hell nah, I ain't paying y'all money back. That's the game, nigga. You knew the game. Y'all knew the rules. Motherfucking what a nigga like me get out of jail, go to school for? The money, nigga. Fuck you mean? I ain't go for the education. Meanwhile, I get in there and they teaching me Christopher motherfucking Columbus again and shit. So, the joke's on me, I guess. I got the money though. Fuck the niggas, man. I did like anthropology and physics, so those courses was cool. And then, yeah, I didn't like history, but I found some things that was funny about it. So, but nevertheless, and nonetheless, the fucking education was futile because I ain't learned shit that I already didn't know. Motherfucking ain't nothing new under the sun. These motherfucking textbooks is old as hell, teaching me shit that's obsolete. You know what I'm saying? AI gonna write my papers anyway. What the fuck I need to learn literature and, you know, shit for, read literature and all that when ChatGPT about to make everybody obsolete anyway. You know what I mean? Shit.
Be 1984 in this bitch.
Yeah. But nah, yeah, school is a motherfucking scam. And, you know, like I said, if they gonna give me money to go there, then don't be surprised when I don't give you your money back. I'm a no good nigga. I just got good hair, man. Man, I done did worse to people I love. I call friends. You know I'm gonna take your goddamn money. Education, Department of Education. Stupid. Y'all supposed to be Department of Education. Why y'all ain't see this shit coming? You know? Right, dummy. You stupid. You ain't see this coming. Man, they knew, and they definitely seen it coming because they sent me the classes before they gave me the money. They're like, hey, you gotta take these classes before we can give you the money. I was like, what these classes about? They was like, on how to pay us back. I said, goddamn. Niggas need classes for that? That's what I go to your class. But guess what? You wasting your time, because when the time comes to pay you their money, I will not be paying you in full nor in payments. I will be paying you in IOUs and shit like the government do China. And fuck that.
Bitch.
Matter of fact, I ain't even worried about it because I'm actually gonna start back school. Anytime y'all hit me with them payments is coming soon emails, I'ma just enroll in the classes again and get another loan. Stupid. I ain't gotta pay the payments if I'm actively in class. And y'all know this shit. So why y'all bothering me? Playing with a motherfucker that know the game. We both know the game, man. I'ma sign up quick as hell. Again, take some more goddamn class and get another $10,000 to $20,000 loan. Put it on top of the other one that I ain't gonna pay you motherfuckers. Stupid. And man, if I had a plug right now, I'd be done flipped that motherfucking 10,000. Got me a pack, nigga. Went to the hood and passed it out to the homies and shit, nigga. But I'm on the straight and narrow, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go ahead and spend the money on Gucci flip-flops and shit and taking your bitch out.
Alright.
I might even go to the strip club or something, you know what I'm saying? And help out somebody else's college fund. Struggling mother, a single mother, you know, a nurse. But in the meantime, in between time, can y'all please stop notifying me about my pending payments that we both know I ain't finna pay? Stupid. Uh-oh. Why don't you get out the way, bro? Holy shit, what just happened? I blew myself up.
Alright, man, I'm finna head out to the gym.
Hell yeah, bro.
Richie.
Stay up, bro. I see you on probably like the 2nd or the 3rd or something. 2K or 4th or 5th, whenever. I think it's the 2nd.
Alright.
Yep. Stay up. Alright, let's turn this Battlefield up real quick. Hold on, I gotta finish my philosophy I was listening to. That was Londo, everybody. The little homie. Cool kid. Alright, but let's finish listening to philosophy real quick. Actually, let's take a break. Take a quick little break real quick. I'll be right back.
has a practical, visual, and moral term which it can fulfill. Therefore, that instead of trying to decide which is the best of them, let us form a partnership between the two concepts. Let science keep on exploring, and let religion or philosophy apply what is found to the common good. But if science insists that any constructive use of its discoveries is an interference with the right of discovery, then we are in trouble again. It should be that whatever science finds, it should allow human experience to apply for the common good. It is useless to assume that integrity is an interference with progress. It is not. It is the integrity that makes change progress. And without integrity, change is nothing. We can add all we want to the so-called skills of mankind. But if these skills are not ennobled by purpose, all is in vain. And there is no reason why the scientist who likes to explore and discover should not even more greatly rejoice when he realizes that what he is discovering is going to be used for the good of mankind. And if that enjoyment and that power does not arise in his own thinking, then he is not a safe citizen of the world. If he does not want what he invents to be used well, he should not be permitted to carry on these projects. And if it becomes necessary, because of his own misuse of knowledge, to put some censorship upon these matters, then it is for his good as well as for the good of others. For the scientist who goes on with his nuclear research may live to see it destroy his own children.
Right.
This type of situation is not good. Materialism has always been faced with it, and religion has always come forward to meet this emergency. And the greatly increasing interest in religion that we have at the present time is the result of the fact that progress as we know it is becoming too dangerous, and that unless it is curbed in some way, unless some form of inner reality comes into existence, we are all in trouble. Both religion and philosophy suspect profoundly that this tremendous energy which we call life, this power that makes all things possible, is not a blind force, that it is also a conscious moral energy, and that all energy has in its very substance and essence a soul factor. It is an ensouled energy which creates. It is an ensouled energy which generates. And if energy is used by created creatures or generated beings against the use of its own proper values, energy itself can revolt. And energy itself can remove itself from that which abuses it, or falsely uses it, or corrupts it, or perverts it. So that little by little, the tremendous censorship of the infinite comes upon us. And in order to meet that censorship with integrity, I think we have to realize that man is a living soul, that his body is of the earth, to which it will return. But his soul belongs to a higher order of life, which is moving triumphantly toward the perfection and service of the divine plan.
Yes, it is.
We live in these two levels. We must balance them within ourselves. And if one is to gain advantage over the other, it must be the power of the soul to win the body, to take the body and make it an instrument of the purpose of that divine part of man, which is his hope of glory. If we can begin to think these things through, we will not be impractical, but we will realize that a practical philosophy of life must justify life, must make it meaningful and worthwhile, must make also a program, a progress, which we can all share,
Right
and
there.
all labor together for the common good. If we take these points into consideration, we
Damn.
probably can make a comparative link between
I'm back
science
up.
and religion. That we will
back
render
down,
unto
that
Caesar the things that are Caesar's. And that includes
Right.
body, wealth, physical environment. But also at the same time can
Hey.
render unto God the things that are His. And if we want to assume that the material world belongs to the deities of the underlife, at the same time that there is a superior world, and man, as a creature, has been endowed with the power to know this. And of all the creatures that we know, man alone has the hope of a greater destiny.
There
He
you
is
go.
the one being who is able to change all things for the good. And if he does not use this energy, there is stagnation. If he perverts it, there is disintegration.
Damn.
It is a part of our plan to realize that man is not an animal. Man is a being dedicated to the service of that which his inner life has revealed to him. And if he makes
Hey.
proper use of this inner life, his outer life will be orderly, proper, and constructive. If we control the negative factors of our own dispositions, we can live in a world in peace with each other and in harmony with the divine purpose.
That's wishful
Well, I
thinking.
guess that's it, folks.
Right? Alright. Hey, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go get some more coffee. You dig? Alright. Give me a second.
Vice President. On March 9, 1999, U.S. Vice President Al Gore.
Alright, yeah, I'm back. Had to go get me some more drink, you know what I'm saying? A little bit longer stream than normal, but you know, I got a little bit of time. The homie Londo came through for a minute too, so you dig? Got me a little drink. This shit hot though. Sheesh. Alright, let's see what this shit is about. Alright, let's see what this shit is. Hold on. I don't know. What about this one? Hold on. There's one that I gotta look for too. Hold on. Oh yeah, I wanna play this shit too. I ain't played this in a while too. Let me see. Hold on. This the homie shit. Oh, West Coast Sizzle. Yeah. Is this one good? Oh yeah, this one's kind of tight too. All right. Anyway, but it's not about the beats right now. Let me turn this shit down. Let me turn this over here.
On March 9th, 1999, U.S. Vice President Al Gore made a statement during a campaign interview that, unbeknownst to him, would soon become the subject of somewhat humorous controversy.
So I took the initiative in creating the internet.
What followed were a bunch of newspaper articles, comic strips, and memes mocking the vice president, starting a new wave of political humor for his candidacy in the 2000 presidential election. Ridiculous. Did Al Gore really just claim that he created the internet? Well, not exactly. What he had meant to say was that he was an integral part of putting forward legislation that made the internet so easily accessible and as powerful as it was in the 1990s. But because of his poor choice of words, naturally they were stripped of their context and even completely changed altogether. That answer wouldn't be as interesting as telling everybody that Gore was bold enough to claim that he sat down, designed, and built the internet as a technology all by himself. Gore's lack of forethought with his remarks led to an influx of embellishment and misinformation. But what started off as mass media shenanigans ended up becoming a valid burning question. If Al Gore can't take credit for creating the internet, then who can? Who invented the internet? Well, that's a ridiculous question. I mean, obviously it's Tim Berners-Lee, the man who created the World Wide Web in 1989 and finally made it public in 1991. Clearly, he is the founding father of what we recognize today as the internet. Right? Actually, no. There are so many things that we are taught in school as being absolute truths. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. Ben Franklin discovered electricity. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. But when it comes to a relatively recent technology, like the internet, the answer is unclear. Who is our guy for the internet? Or gal even, as there are many women out there who could just as easily take the credit. Deciding who is responsible for the internet has become a discussion of great debate. Depending on who you ask, the answer will be different, but the reasons still just as valid. Perhaps the story behind who's responsible is just as complicated as the invention itself, filled with so many moving parts that are only visible when seeing the big picture. And that includes a lot of US government intervention. If that's the case, was Mr. Gore's comment really that unreasonable? Could he unironically take credit for inventing the internet? The reason why a question like this is so open-ended is because the internet itself is an open-ended technology. It wasn't something that just appeared overnight. It was gradual and took literal generations to master. The internet is so complicated that even we don't fully understand it ourselves. We often use the terms internet and World Wide Web interchangeably, but they are very different things. In its simplest form, the internet is just a bunch of computers talking to each other, and the World Wide Web is the software we use to understand what those computers are saying. Now, this may seem like some arbitrary distinction to make. I mean, when someone says they bought something on the internet, we all know what they mean. But knowing the difference is crucial crucial to understanding the internet and its history. So where did it all begin? Well, you could argue that there actually is a fixed date for when the internet was born, October 4th, 1957, when Leave It to Beaver premiered on television. Okay, that wasn't what caused it, but another important thing happened that day too. Sputnik was launched into space by Russia, becoming the first man-made orbital satellite. In case it wasn't super obvious already, the US and the Soviet Union were kind of really trying to one-up each other after World War II, and who was the better superpower. This led to the Cold War, not a physical war with direct military engagement, you can thank Kennedy for that, but a period of great political tension where the two countries basically looked daggers at each other. A byproduct of the Cold War was the space race, and when the Soviets launched Sputnik, the US wasn't exactly stoked about it. In order to keep their eyes on the Soviets at all times and make sure that the US always had the better technology, President Eisenhower created DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. For a while, things went just about how they expected. But as technology got more sophisticated, meeting DARPA's objectives got more difficult. In order to really maintain good surveillance of the Soviets and continue making state-of-the-art technology, US research centers had to constantly be in contact with one another, and someone being on the phone 24/7 wasn't good enough. The only way to do that was by creating a network. Keep in mind that back in the 1960s, you didn't have these user-friendly desktop computers. You had these confusing, heavy computers that were the size of entire living rooms. These were called mainframes. By allowing the mainframes of these research centers to be constantly connected to one another, information could be transmitted extremely fast, and DARPA could get a lot more work done. This was made possible by the theories of J.C.R. Licklider, who basically said, hey, what if we took landlines and instead of having phones connected to them, it was computers? Thanks to Licklider and Bob Taylor, DARPA leased phone lines to bring this idea to life and created the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, also known as ARPANET. Now, the creation of ARPANET was in a lot of ways history repeating itself. If you study a lot of American history, you may notice that the very first US presidential election is the only election to span over 2 calendar years. That's because it took over a month to count all the votes. That would be the norm up until 1848, where all the votes were counted in just one day. What is going on here? Well, what if I told you that the reason for this is the same reason we were able to make ARPANET in the 1960s? Telecommunication. In 1844, you had the invention of the telegraph, a device that connected through a copper wire to another device on the other side. The devices would use this wire to send and receive electrical impulses. Now, at face value, these are just arbitrary pulses of electricity. But what if you could turn it into a whole system of communicating?
Binary.
What if 4 short pulses represented the letter H, and 1 long pulse was the letter T, and so on? Samuel Morse would create this whole system known as Morse code, and by laying copper wires down across the country, people could instantly communicate from long distances for the very first time. Instead of having to mail these ballots and gather them all together to be counted manually, they could just be transmitted via wire. What used to take over a month now only took a couple of minutes. Mainframes connected to a phone line behave very similarly, but instead of these electrical pulses being interpreted as Morse code, they are interpreted as something called a protocol. Thanks to the complex capabilities of computers, instead of just sending letters, we can also send things like data, lines of code that can tell another computer what to do. But computer data is complicated. How are we able to send it in the same way we do with something simple like Morse code? Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is one of my all-time favorite albums, and one of the many things I admire about it is the album cover, which shows the basic scientific principles of a prism. You shine a light on a prism, it will create multiple colors of light on the other side. Transmitting computer data behaves the same way, but in reverse, because of something called modulation. To put it very simply, modulation takes an input consisting of multiple signals and converts it into one signal that travels through the line, which is then demodulated back into its original form on the other side. There are
Modulating,
machines that specialize in doing this. They are called modems. Now, I am omitting a lot of important details here because, frankly, it's beyond my pay grade, but it is essentially the reason we can send complex data like that over the line. The only limitations at that point are just the complexities of the computers, and as they get more powerful, you can eventually start sending things like images. But we're moving too far ahead right now. The very first ARPANET connection occurred on October 30th, 1969, between Charlie Klein of UCLA and Bill Duvall of Stanford University. Klein intended to send the word login over to Duvall. The L was received and then the O was received, but then the system crashed. After that, Klein tried again, starting from the top, sending back another L. So you could say that the very first message sent over the internet was literally LOL. ARPANET was actually pretty cool because it did something brilliant that truly maximized their use of these phone lines: packet switching. There was always the possibility of a network channel becoming temporarily faulty, so if you are sending a file to someone and it happens to go over that faulty channel, it just wouldn't be sent at all. Not only that, the recipient would have no idea you even sent anything in the first place. What packet switching does is it takes that file, cuts it into a bunch of little pieces, and sends each piece through many different channels on the network, and then pieces them all together on the other side. This made sending files over the network much more reliable, so worst case scenario, if one or two of these channels were down, only a few parts of the file would be missing, rather than the whole thing. The recipient could see this and then request the sender to transmit the file again and get those remaining pieces. There is actually a great explanation of this in the 1971 version of Willy Wonka, when Wonka explains his latest invention of transmitting candy bars through television.
It's Wonka.
Now, I am sure all of you know how an ordinary television works. You photograph something.
Sure, I do. You photograph something, then the photograph is split up into millions of tiny pieces, and they go whizzing through the air down to your TV set where they're all put together again in the right order.
Right? You should open your mouth a little wider when you speak.
It's described exactly how you would imagine. The Wonka bar is sent through the air in a million tiny pieces, until it is reassembled on the other side. ARPANET didn't invent packet switching, just greatly took advantage of it. It did with mainframe data what Wonka did with Wonka bars. So yeah, Wonka was kind of a polymath. Aside from turning spoiled little kids into chocolate, he was also making great contributions to computer science.
We are the music makers. And we are the dreamers of dreams.
So yeah, after these groundbreaking achievements, ARPANET just continued to improve. To facilitate the sending of messages over ARPANET, programmer Ray Tomlinson created a messaging program that separated the name of the user and the machine they were using with the less commonly used @ symbol to make it easier to read. He called this email. So yes, in 1971, the internet, text messaging, and message threads technically did exist. It was just limited to places like universities, government agencies, laboratories, etc. And by 1973, it was even happening globally. But ARPANET was far from perfect. While it was a complex network of computers, it was more of an intranet, a network that is private and limited to only one company. When it connected with England's NPL network, it became an extranet, a private network that allows only a specific outside party access. If it was going to get bigger, a few things needed to be nipped in the bud. MIT student Radia Perlman noticed a huge vulnerability in the network. The more sophisticated a network gets, the more likely you are to have paths that can get pretty funky, called bridge loops. In a bridge loop, data that is being transmitted can essentially get stuck going in a circle indefinitely. Think of when you point a microphone at a speaker. It creates a feedback noise that just gets louder and louder until your ears explode. A bridge loop is a computer version of that, and it can crash an entire network permanently. The only way to fix it would be to have all the computers on the network reboot, which is not very practical on a network as big as ARPANET. But in just under a week, Perlman would create the Spanning Tree Protocol, STP, which blocked off all these bridge loops while still allowing all the pieces of data to move through multiple paths on the network. As ARPANET got bigger, so did its influence on other networks such as Cyclades and NPL. Over time, other kinds of networks would soon start popping up as well. We've already managed to get computers to connect with each other, But what if we could interconnect networks? A sort of internetwork. Internet. This did happen with MPL and ARPANET in 1973, but interconnecting networks wasn't exactly easy unless both networks had very similar configurations. It was basically like trying to speak with multiple people who all spoke different languages. What if we could create a language that everyone spoke? Well, everything would change forever on January 1st, 1983, when ARPANET would adopt the Transfer Control and Internet Protocols, TCP/IP. Created by Vinton Cerf and Bob Kahn, these protocols did many incredible things, including giving each computer its own distinct number, called an IP address, being able to detect and automatically resend packets that are lost in transmission, no longer requiring the user to do it manually, and being able to confirm that a transmission was successfully delivered. It also came with the User Datagram Protocol, UDP, which was a little more loosey-goosey. Unlike TCP, it didn't prioritize making sure that everything was delivered properly, but instead focused more on transmitting data faster. TCP is like the mailman not giving you your package until you sign for it, and UDP is like the mailman dropping the package off at your door. You get faster speeds, but at the expense of things possibly getting lost. I would tell you a UDP joke, but you probably wouldn't get it. These protocols have since become the standard for the internet and are still very much in use today. January 1st, 1983 was basically the day that a bunch of intranets and extranets came together to become one big unified internet. Now that the internet was more robust and reliable than ever, it was time to start making it easier to use. What if instead of typing in a bunch of numbers to access a server, you could just type in something easy to remember, like a name? Head of the Network Information Center, Elizabeth Feinler, was in charge of documenting pretty much everything about ARPANET, and essentially created a phone book listing the name of a server and its numerical address. At first, these were basically just decimal numbers, but when IP addresses came along, they turned into, well, IP addresses, the format we recognize today. The phone book was called hosts.txt, and each computer on the network would automatically have access to it. Feinler suggested that the names should be created based on the physical location of the computer, so .com for commercial, .gov for government, .net for network, and so on. So instead of typing a long IP address, you could just type in example.com. Feinler and her team had created the host naming registry and the Whois protocol. The problem though is that this phone book had to be updated manually. If you wanted your domain added to the registry, you had to call Feinler's support line on the phone and have her put it in for you. As the internet grew and more domains were registered, this would become impractical, and this one file would get too big. Paul Markapetris would build on top of Feinler's system and come up with the Domain Name System, or DNS. Instead of a single host.txt directory, you now had basically a bunch of host.txt directories all on different machines called DNS servers, and these would all form their own network, and all the other networks would connect to that network, and any changes to these directories would now be done automatically. You could argue that Feinler and Markapetris are hugely responsible for why the internet is so user-friendly today. Over time, more networks around the world would form and become part of the internet. The pie was getting bigger, but ARPANET's slice wasn't growing. It was becoming more outdated and less influential, and by 1989 would be decommissioned entirely. 1989, but the rest of the internet was still there and only continued to grow. And as computers got more personal, more people could use it, no longer limiting it to just researchers and scientists. It was now time for the internet to get even simpler. An employee working for the Swiss nuclear research facility, CERN, was frustrated at how complicated it was to share data in an organized manner, even having to walk up to coworkers to see which files they had on their computer. Then he had an idea. What if there was a program where, rather than constantly logging into terminals, you could share information with just the click of a button? This employee was named Tim Berners-Lee, and he then turned his next computer into a server, which hosted a program he called the World Wide Web. Featuring new technologies such as HTTP and HTML, data could now be shared in the form of web pages containing hyperlinks. The very first website is made public in 1991, making information more unified than ever. The World Wide Web could be accessed on the internet through web browsers such as Nexus, Lynx, and the most popular, Mosaic. Al Gore was amazed at this growing internet technology, calling it an information superhighway, and wanted to give it as much of a platform as possible. The Gore Bill of 1991 helped provide internet access to children in public schools and even local libraries. As the audience for the internet grew, companies saw a new market for profit. Internet service providers were popping up left and right. They give you a modem, you hook it up to your phone line and computer, and boom, you have internet. Just make sure no one in your house needs to use the phone. But since there's a lot of ambiguity in web browsing, charging people long distance for internet usage became less practical. I mean, when you called someone, at least you knew where they were located because of area codes. For the average user, locating where a website is being hosted is a lot more difficult. Unexpectedly charging people hundreds of dollars per month for going online was scaring away business. Until one company decided to abandon the old landline billing system and charge users the same amount every month, like a subscription service, at an affordable price. This company was called America Online and would dominate ISPs throughout the 1990s. Major changes would be made to Mosaic to improve speed and add support for things like images. The name would be changed to Netscape Navigator, becoming the gold standard for web browsing, until Internet Explorer came bundled with copies of Windows 95 free of charge. Netscape would slowly fade into complete obscurity, before rebranding again into Mozilla Firefox. By 1997, over 70 million people would be online. Much like those who worked on the ARPANET and other networks of the time, everyone began contributing their own brilliant ideas to this decentralized structure, and the World Wide Web only got stronger. Eventually, people adopted faster Ethernet connections, and then someone came up with the brilliant idea to transmit the internet over radio waves. Building off the ideas of actress and scientist Hedy Lamarr, Wi-Fi was born. And now we're here, all because America got jealous of the Russians. So who invented the internet? Well, we all did. And yes, Mr. Gore.
The internet is synonymous with fucking the space race. It's the only thing that can calculate space properly. They needed it. All right, let me find, let me see. Oh, that's what, yeah.
In 1839, the dream of having a cable that stretched across the Atlantic Ocean was just one of a few engineers after the birth of the telegraph. In 1858, less than 2 decades later, the first message was sent across the Atlantic by telegraph cable, reading "Glory to God in the highest, on earth, peace and goodwill." In 1839,
that would be the first message,
the dream
right?
of having a cable that stretched across the Atlantic. In 1839, the dream of having a cable that stretched across the Atlantic Ocean was just one of a few engineers after the birth of the telegraph. In 1858, less than 2 decades later, the first message was sent across the Atlantic by telegraph cable, reading "Glory to God in the highest, on earth, peace and goodwill towards men." So, how did an idea as world-changing as linking Europe to the Americas go from dream to reality in under 2 decades? Let's take a look. After the invention of the telegraph by
Shall
William
we?
Cook and Charles Wheatstone, Samuel Morse believed that the concept of a transatlantic communications network was one of possibility. Experts continued to debate the idea until in 1850 a line was laid between Great Britain and France, the longest of the time. Later on in 1850, construction began on a line heading from the northeast coast of America to Nova Scotia to Newfoundland. This northeastern cable was set to be the largest communication cable yet, and its construction was led by a man named Frederick Newton Gisborne. This cable was eventually completed, though Gisborne's company collapsed in 1853 as the line didn't prove profitable. However, after that quick failure, Gisborne met a businessman named Cyrus Westfield. He believed in Gisborne's idea of extending the existing cable network across the Atlantic, and he had the funds to make it happen. Samuel Morse served as the technical liaison, and an oceanographer was consulted as well. After initial planning, Gisborne and Field founded the New York, Newfoundland, and London Telegraph
get to the
Company.
point. Where's the
Field
wires
funded
at,
this
man?
venture with help from the US and UK governments, as well as selling stock and funding a large portion with his own funds. It finally took shape in 1857 when the first attempt was made to lay the transatlantic cable. Manufactured by Glass Elliott & Co. and R.S. Newell & Co., the copper inner cable was covered in latex, which engineers believed to be enough to protect it from marine life. It was then covered in wound tarred hemp, supported further by a sheath of iron wiring. This made the cable relatively flexible while also being incredibly strong. The HMS Agamemnon and the USS Niagara were used to tow the cable. Setting off on their cable-laying journey from Southern Ireland on August 5th, one of the operations started off with a bang, or rather a snap, as the cable broke and it had to be retrieved off the bottom of the sea floor. After that, the cable broke again, but this time it was too deep, so the operation was shuttered until the next year. Following the two cable snaps, plans were rearranged and the two ships were set to ship off from one continent each, meeting in the middle to connect the cables and then head back to their respective ports, pulling their portion of the cables back. The cable unfortunately broke again after just 6 kilometers, and then again after 100 kilometers. And then again after
Every day
370 kilometers. Things weren't looking good. Crews were up for a third try, and they set out on July 29, 1858. Despite navigational errors, thanks to the electrical charge of the cable, the ships successfully navigated to their respective ports on the 4th and 5th of August. The USS Niagara docking in Trinity Bay in Newfoundland, and the Agamemnon docking in Valentia Island on the western coast of Ireland. Utilizing horses, crews then positioned the shore sides of the cable to the correct places and they were connected together. On August 16th, the first message was sent, followed by a message from Queen Victoria to the US President James Buchanan at the time. The Queen and the President sent 2 rather wordy messages, which weren't exactly designed for this transatlantic communication technique. Reception over the cable was terrible, and each character took 2 minutes to transmit. The first message took just shy of 18 hours, far from modern-day instant messaging. The cable's initial success didn't last long, though. On the 3rd of September, the cable failed. This was due to engineers boosting the voltage on the line from 600 to 2,000 volts in hopes of speeding up transmission, and it fried somewhere along the Great Distance. It was a short life for the first cable. It wasn't until 1854 that the next cable was laid. These first cables were cored with copper, but now our modern transatlantic cables are all fiber optic, the first having been laid in 1988. In contrast, the first cables could transmit words every few minutes on a good day. Modern cables can transmit the equivalent of 84 billion words per minute. Digging into fiber optic cable engineering further, we can see why these speeds are so much greater than metal cables. Your standard fiber optic cable has one or many optical fibers that are coated by flexible plastic layers, all encapsulated in a protective jacket. When these cables need to be laid on the sea floor, they'll be functionally the same with much more outer protection. In essence, you're left with this layout. The fiber optic cable on the inside, surrounded by petroleum jelly, surrounded by a copper or aluminum tubing. then by polycarbonate, then by aluminum water barriers, then by steel wires, then by mylar tape, and
That's a lot
finally,
of shit.
your outer layer for marine cables is usually a polyethylene protective jacket. This layout
For
provides
security.
for optimum protection for fiber optic cables. But how do they work? Submarine cables or underwater cables transmit data through flashes of light through the fiber optic cable, the speed limiter for data transfer then being the speed of light. At regular intervals, there will be
They're using
optically
light
a
again.
polyethylene protective jacket. This layout provides for optimum protection for fiber optic cables. But how do they work? Submarine cables or underwater cables transmit data through flashes of light through the fiber optic cable, the speed limiter for data transfer then being the speed of light. At
Speed of
regular
light?
intervals, there will be optically amplified repeaters to boost the signal. Transatlantic cables continue to be the foundation of facilitating global trade and communication. This core technology that started off on a rocky road of failures is now a successful highway of information for people across the globe.
Bam, that's pretty cool. Sheesh. Hey, hold on. I got one more video we could watch real quick. I'm trying to test my mic a little bit though, real quick. So let me do that real quick while I got everything muted. Well, not everything muted, but let me see what it does if I go like that. Oh, it does go this way. All right, cool. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure because, oh, it just won't go that way. All right. All right. All right. Start with that and then go here. All right. Let's play this real quick. Oh, before I change my mind. Hold on. Where is it at? Out here, right here.
Things going on where we had the lawsuit where they took my
Shane
percentage
Mosley.
away from Golden Boy because I fought Pacquiao. That was with Richard Schaefer when he was involved, when he was the top guy. Oscar was more the pawn, maybe still kind of the pawn, but I have a good relationship with his father, Oscar's father, his family, his brothers, all that stuff, everybody. Even Oscar too, I'll sit talk with him too as well. But Oscar's kind of to himself, and Oscar's Oscar. He does what he does. He dances to his own beat. So I don't know.
Oscar
I
De
had
La
no idea
Hoya.
about that lawsuit, man. Because I know him and Canelo, they fell out, and I know he sued Ryan Garcia, which is crazy, man. But it's
Damn,
Oscar
they
a cool
sued
dude. It seemed like his character is
him
flawed,
after
man.
that already.
So Oscar, he's cool, but you don't have nobody representing him, telling him like
He ain't got
that. No, this is wrong. That's wrong, or whatever.
Oh.
He just, it's almost like he's going off of a whim or whatever. Like maybe if he's high one day, then he's doing some high stuff, But if
Damn. He telling it
there's nobody on his
everything.
team. I remember one time I'm like, listen, man, we was out somewhere and Oscar was doing some crazy shit. I'm like, man, go get him. He shouldn't
Go
be doing
get
that.
him, right?
Go get that man. And they're like, oh, but they don't want to do nothing. I'm like, they sitting around, I don't know, like yes men or whatever. I'm like, no, that ain't cool.
Right.
And he shouldn't
Oscar
be doing that
got a
because
bunch
that's
of
how he
yes
got caught
men.
up with that fish nets and all that other stuff.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't telling him like, yo, man, you can't do that. Stop it. And he just
You can't do
going
that.
off of, he's Oscar land. I don't know.
That's
So
funny.
that's why they say that. I don't know, man.
Catch him with
Yeah,
fish
even with the
nets.
fishnets, the heels, the wigs, it seems like he's hiding something, man.
No. He definitely. I grew up with Oscar. I've been knowing him since he was 6, 7, 8 years old. I know he ain't that way. He just, I don't know. Like I say, he being Oscar, he's just doing some crazy stuff. Oscar's been with all kind of different type of women, and he loves women. I know that. I've seen him around with women. I've been around him a lot. He likes women. He's just doing
So
some.
Oscar not gay.
No, he ain't gay. He just doing some weird shit.
He ain't gay, but he do
That's
weird
all. He
shit.
be doing some weird. I'm like, what the hell?
Nah, man.
And I was like, what the fuck? What are you doing? He be, oh man, I'm just having fun, man. Whatever he's talking about. I'm like, yo, but people could see and they think it's certain things, stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? I've never seen, like I said, I've been knowing him since he was little, with the whole family.
Right.
I've never seen him with a guy or tricking out with trying to be in a slide tip. None of that.
Okay.
No gay guy in the back. This is like
No gay guy in the back.
This is some cocaine drug type of shit he's doing.
Right. Drug induced
You know what I'm saying?
homosexuality.
And he just, yeah. But he ain't gay though. I know that.
Drug induced
I hope
homosexuality.
he
He's
right,
like,
man.
but he
Dude
ain't
was
gay
a great
though.
fighter, man. But he be doing some weird stuff, man. So I don't
He was a
know.
great
Man. I
fighter,
always
but he be
thought he
doing
was
some
gay
weird stuff, though.
because of the pictures of him in fishnet. You know.
Right.
No.
That's gay.
I never said. Listen, I was on the Olympic team with him. We used to travel all over the place.
That's funny.
Around
He
the
like,
world,
it ain't-
all
I
of
don't
us.
know.
And we'll all go out and hang out with girls. And we all go out and like, you know what I'm saying? But now, okay, so it was Oscar and Raul Marquez that would be, you know, doing their thing. And then, you know, then we had like me, Chris Bird, and, you know, all the other Gerard Millett's and all the other ones, you know, St. Louis and New York. And then, we all that thing. And then we all hang out and go to the club. So, I mean, you know, we all hung out. And
Right.
they definitely, like the team that we, okay, so
What
the
was you
amateur
talking about,
boxing team
nigga?
was basically all the people in the ghetto, LA, Detroit, New York, whatever, Alabama, I don't know. They're all, you know what I'm saying? So we all hood people going out.
Right.
Oscar, East LA.
Well, how
that
did this
was
nigga
supposed to
get
be hood
fishnets
too.
on though?
You know what I'm saying? East LA.
That ain't hood
So,
shit though.
If anything was going down like that, believe me, the whole team would be like, yo, what? They would have been looking a certain way, and then, you know, you would have known.
He sound like he
This
bullshitting.
would have already came out a long time ago from our amateur team, all the people on our team, that he was, you know, kind of something's wrong.
He's soft and shit.
Oscar would bring back to the camp. He'd bring, they could be black, white, blue, green, Chinese, whatever. He used to bring all kind of girls back to the camp.
Okay.
In Colorado Springs. All the time. Because he always had the money from Shelly Finkel or whoever. He had the most money out of everybody. He always had money. They was giving him money like for just because.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
The golden boy, that's why.
So he'd be locked up, everybody be gambling in the room. It'd be 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, they rolling dice. People trying to sleep, they rolling dice, 5, 7, whatever, you know. So
fuck is he talking about, man? Get back on topic.
He was a real dude. It's just that he just be doing some weird, he did weird stuff, weird crazy
Look at
stuff.
Shane
Like,
Mosley be
weird.
tricking.
I don't know, he must like it.
They both be tricking.
The weird stuff. Doing the crazy, and then the whole stuff they say about him having some, they put something, man, like that's that drug stuff, man. Put stuff
It's
up
that
on him,
drug stuff,
Oh my
man.
God. Kids, stay away from drugs.
Right? If you ain't learned nothing.
Stay away from drugs, man. Especially
That's
the
the
hard
moral
ones,
of the
man.
story.
You know, whatever that drugs they be having that make you do that stuff. I don't want that. Do not give me none. I take I take the weed, the blunt,
He want the
and
regular
maybe
shit,
little
he
mushrooms
said.
here and there. I don't know, but I do not want what they giving him.
He said maybe some
Do
mushrooms.
not. I do not give me that.
You don't want what they give him. He said, that's funny. On that note, man, I'm gonna holler at y'all motherfuckers later, though, for real. I'm out. Sheesh.